Good evening. I'd like to call to order the March 11th, 2020 Chaska Planning Commission meeting. Roll call. Liz, please.
Commissioner Bovee?
Here.
Cross?
Here.
Urbanski?
Here.
Seiler?
Here.
Lacey?
Here.
Brass?
Here.
Olson?
Here.
Riley?
Here.
And Chairperson Delkey.
Here. Thank you, Liz. Next, we'd like to adopt tonight's agenda, 3A, March 11th agenda.
I'll make motion.
I'll second it.
Olson and Cross. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Next on the agenda is a visitor presentation. Now, this is for anything that's not on tonight's agenda that you want to discuss. So if it's on tonight's agenda, we will get to it. All right, seeing nothing, we will move on and approve the draft of the February 12th, 2020 Planning Commission meeting. Everyone get a chance to review?
Yes.
It'll take a motion to approve.
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Seiler and Brass, thank you very much. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Same sign, motion carries. Consent items, having none, we will move on to our action items. First item tonight, 7A, is a public hearing. The recommended approval of the preliminary plat for Pinnacle on the Hammer site, Pulte Homes PC number 2020-05. Liz, it's all yours.
Excuse me.
Liz, could I just say it's so long, so many pages in the beginning. If we have a question on just one phase, could we ask it at that time instead of waiting to the end?
Yep,
Thank you.
absolutely. All right, thank you, members of the Planning Commission. We have a preliminary plat application in front of you for the Pinnacle development that's being proposed by Pulte Homes. So to give you an idea of where the site is located, they are looking at the Hammers property that's highlighted in red on this aerial exhibit. It's an 86-acre property, kind of situated in the southern side of the city of Chaska, and they are hoping to develop that for residential development. Here's a more zoomed-in perspective if we need to utilize this or refer back to this aerial exhibit. But to cover some of the surrounding context of the site for anyone who's a little bit newer to this overall project, Highway 41 abuts the site on its eastern side. You have Crown of Glory Church that's also on its eastern side. There's currently a homestead and some farm buildings that kind of speckle the property, mostly on the eastern side as well. Cardinal Street provides access to the site right now, and the Victoria Point development and other subsequent developments abut the Hammers property on the northern side. There's a couple streets, Moores Drive and Liberty Heights Drive, that stub on the northern side of the site that were always sanctioned to be extensions in the future for additional housing development. There's bluff areas that abut it on the western and southern sides of the site. So as you can see, there's pretty limited access into the overall site given some of the site constraints out there. The existing conditions, and again, we're kind of pulling a document that was used in the concept plan, but gives a good visual of kind of what's going on out there. Like I said, the site is 86 acres in size. It has previously been used as a homestead and for agricultural property. Like I said before, there's street stubs on the north side for both Morris Drive and Liberty Heights Drive that were proposed to be extended at the time that development occurs on this property. Steep slopes are kind of what you see in that very heavy, whiter outline, mostly on the south and west sides there. We did evaluate 2 tree groves on the site. It's fairly open and vacant land, but there were a couple areas analyzed during the concept plan for the developer to look at as a part of the preliminary submittal here. So I wanted to highlight those, and we'll kind of get into the discussion of tree preservation later on. There's also a local historic structure on the site, and that is the Hammer Saloon that's noted in the purple outline here, which is another point of discussion tonight, and we'll have an update on kind of what's going on with that piece. So the concept plan was actually approved all the way back in September of 2018, so it's almost been about a year and a half since the first approval seen before you guys. So there's a couple new people on the commission now, so we are at the second stage, or the second step in the planning process, which is the preliminary plan. So at this time, we kind of utilize what was learned or addressed during the concept plan and speak to what they've been able to address at this preliminary stage with what was brought up during that time. So I did want to touch on a couple pieces of kind of some bigger changes that have occurred between those steps. One of them being the Highway 41 access. For whoever was on the Planning Commission at the time this was initially approved, they did show it a new access onto Highway 41. At that time, it was a right-in and right-out access. That was their preference out there. However, meeting with MnDOT, they do dictate the level of improvement on that road, or the access limitations, so they did allow for a right-in only access to come off of Highway 41. So that's one significant change from the concept to the preliminary here that's worth noting. We also noted driveway access to the Broadman and O'Brien lots. So those are two existing lots that actually abut the southern or southeastern side of the site. They both gain access off of Cardinal Street today, so it was important for us to highlight that during the concept plan to ensure that the development does provide access to both those lots. So the plan tonight does show a driveway access into both those lots. Excuse me, the traffic movement and how it's situated does need further evaluation just to make sure it's adequate and safe for both of those lots to utilize. Morris Park and Veterans Park expansions. So it was noted during the concept plan, and the park board also reviewed it during the concept plan and noted that the expansions to these parks were not needed. And this was due in part to the demographic that this residential development is serving. It's going to be an active older adult community. The comp plan showed potential expansion to Morris Park and Veterans Park, but given that the demographic doesn't drive the need for additional park space, the park board did come to a conclusion to eliminate the expansion to Morris Park. And they also did so on the Veterans Park expansion. The southern tip of the site here abuts Veterans Park just south of them. Our comp plan did show an expansion to that area. However, this park was programmed prior to this development coming in, and an archery range was placed basically at the very tip of the southern area. They did determine that it was a very unsafe connection and expansion point area, so they did nix that that needed park expansion. Another thing to note is there is very steep slopes that lead down into Veterans Park, so the extension area was very, very difficult to make a safe connection. So again, they came to a conclusion that it was not needed to expand that park area. In terms of tree preservation, again, I noted a couple of grove of tree areas that we wanted the developer to continue or to look at as a part of their preliminary. So one of the big changes that you'll see tonight is that they've moved their rec center over to the west edge of the site, and this was ultimately to provide for adequate space to preserve trees. So not only is it a good setting for their overall rec center area, but it also provides available open space for some of the significant trees that were noted on site to be preserved. Another item that was brought up during the concept plan was providing sidewalks on both sides of the street. This is a typical policy and implementation that we require all developments to install as a part of their development. So that was carried through in the, or noted in the concept plan process. However, tonight, the developer is proposing something a little bit different than that. They would like to have most of their streets only have one sidewalk or a sidewalk on one side of the street as opposed to two. There's two exceptions to that where their Grand Entrance Drive and a portion of Liberty Heights Drive does have two sidewalks on both sides of the street, but otherwise the internal streets within the development only provide one. So we just want to make that a note here. And then in terms of the Hammer Saloon, so it was kind of briefly noted at the Planning Commission level to look at how they would be addressing this historic home. So since the September 2018 approvals, the HPC, which is our Heritage Preservation Commission, has been involved, as well as the developer, in trying to figure out some options for the Hammer Saloon. So we've been working up until this point in terms of how to preserve the structure. I think from a staff standpoint, that has always been our intention. And the HPC also reiterated that during their review process to try to preserve the structure. In the meantime, we were able, the developer was able to find an interested investor in the property, Kirsten Case, who's also a Chaska resident, who has stepped forward and is proposing to save this structure. So at this time, it is being sanctioned off on its own lot as a part of this plan. The HPC did just approve a site alteration permit for the structure to alter some of the exterior elements on the overall home. So at this point, it's being preserved. There's an agreement in place with the developer where they have to make certain alterations to the building before a specific time frame so that everything kind of runs in line with the construction of this new development. But at this time, it's being preserved. And then lastly, we did note that an EAW, which is an environmental assessment worksheet, has to be completed as a part of this proposal because they meet a certain threshold or magnitude of the overall development in terms of the units that they're proposing. So they were required to put together an EAW as a part of this. So that document is complete. It's going through its necessary review process right now, and that will get completed later this month. If all goes well with the review process, the City Council will have to make a negative declaration on whether or not an environmental impact statement is needed. Once they get a negative declaration on the EIS from City Council, then the City Council can approve the preliminary plat application. So that is a required order of operations that has to occur before they get their preliminary plat approved by council. So getting back to what they're proposing here tonight, they are proposing a residential development totaling 269 lots, which are catered specifically to the active older adult who are 55 years and older. It will be a Del Webb community. So for anyone who's not familiar with Del Webb, it is a portion of Pulte homes that they propose in other parts of the world or in other parts of the country. And it's basically a high quality, high amenity type development catered to the active older adult. They offer a lot of amenities such as single level living, homeowners association maintenance, which includes yard maintenance, snow removal, and so forth. As well as a pretty hefty recreation area as a part of the development. So they are going to be branded as a Del Webb community. which is a definite plus for this development. And then in terms of the overall use, the comprehensive plan does guide this Hammers property for low-density residential, and the use proposed tonight is consistent with that guidance out here. So on this slide is the preliminary plan. It's kind of their colored perspective of the plan, just to give easier visual on what's being proposed. So to kind of go through some of the main points of this development, the access is shown on the east side to connect into Highway 41. Again, that's a right-in only access into the site. That will provide access to their grand entrance drive, which is a common element that you find in Del Webb communities and something important as a part of these communities is this grand entrance drive, which is essentially a two-way movement drive with a heavily landscaped median in the middle of that. So it kind of creates this beautiful drive into the development when people enter. Like I said before, the rec center area is positioned on the west side of the development, so it kind of butts up against the bluff area. Again, they did that intentionally to kind of put this area on a high point of the development area, as well as provide an opportunity to create some open space for tree preservation. And again, I'll show that in a different exhibit of where that occurs. They are still proposing 3 different home types or lot sizes within this development. If you noted before, they had 44-foot wide lots, 50-foot wide lots, and 60-foot wide lots. The 44-foot wide lots were mainly situated in the center of the site, kind of this more orange color here on this site exhibit. The 50-foot wide lots were also kind of more in the internal areas, as well as kind of the outer internal areas. And then the 60-foot wide lots were situated around the bluff areas to kind of take advantage of those bluff views for the larger lots. And the breakup of that is 122 of the lots will be the 44-foot wide lots. 89 lots will be the 50-foot wide, and then 57 lots will be the 60-foot wide. And then one of those lots is the lot proposed for the Hammer Saloon. So really, they're proposing 268 new lots. One will be for the existing Hammer Saloon. In terms of trails and bluff accesses, that was a point brought up during the concept plan in terms of being able to utilize this bluff area and providing equal access to all of the lots here within the development to gain access into the bluff area. So they are showing a couple outlot areas that people would be able to pass through and access the bluff area. This is pretty common in other developments that have bluff edges. We try to promote access into these areas so that they could be further utilized and amenitized. The developer is also showing their own private trail systems within their stormwater pond outlots. So they have an area on the north side of the Grand Entrance Drive, also on the south side of their Grand Entrance Drive, and then a connection or a trail implementation on the south side to connect into a little overlook that overlooks basically Veterans Park and Fireman's Park. So again, these are in their own private outlots that the residents would be able to utilize and kind of transverse through the property. Another item of note is the property did have to do some land swap with the Crown of Glory site in order for them to gain access to Highway 41. So they have come to an agreement with the Crown of Glory Church about gaining access onto Highway 41 and basically swapping land with them in terms of what they're taking for that access. So the southern tip here they needed for additional stormwater ponding, so the developer will be taking over that. And then the Crown of Glory Church site will gain, or do a trade-off essentially on some of the land that's being vacated from the Cardinal Street realignment. And getting to that, the Cardinal Street alignment today is pretty straight and linear, but due to the extreme slopes on the south side here and bringing in a new entrance, it did require the realignment of Cardinal Street to move more westerly into the site. If it would have stayed, it would have been a huge drop-off. It just wouldn't have worked in a functional manner. So the realignment was a necessary change in order to have safe and adequate traffic movement from that entrance drive. So they will need to do a right-of-way vacation with the city council to move forward with that request. The Plat will essentially realign that right-of-way once they get that all approved. And then it's also worth noting too that with the access point here on Highway 41 and the extreme grade changes from north to south at this point, it will require them to install a retaining wall near that grand entrance access. So that will be a pretty significant wall in terms of height. It will wrap around the Hammers Saloon lot, just given, again, the topography out there. So it will range from 6 feet in height. And then on the south side, as you get closer to the entrance point, it will range in height from 8 to 13 feet. So that is something that we'll continue to look at as this moves forward. I have the landscape plan up here in case we need to refer back to this in any sense. But they are required to put boulevard trees in for every 50 feet, linear feet, which they're proposing. It's a little hard to see on this drawing, but that is a requirement for any development, and that's what they're proposing here. In addition, they are providing some screening areas on the edges that abut residential, neighboring residential properties. So they're proposing that more so on the north side as it abuts the lots on Highland Drive, and then some landscaping on the edges that abut the townhomes to the southeast of them is kind of mainly where you see those screening components. And then I've also included the entrance drive drawing, just to give you an understanding of more zoomed in scale of that. So again, you can see the right end component, and then the retaining wall is basically this boulder line on the east side here. They are also proposing signage, monument signage at that entrance to identify the development at that entrance, as that's their main entrance into the site. They have noted some secondary monument locations further up on the Grand Entrance Drive, and overall, we'll just have to understand kind of a further sign analysis of what they're proposing out here in terms of what to approve. I've also wanted to include what's being programmed for the rec center area. So this is kind of their layout right now. Again, this is the area on the westerly portion of the site. Basically, what's being proposed as a part of that is a roughly 7,000 square foot clubhouse, which would include a fitness center, social lounge, craft room, club and meeting rooms, and a kitchen. And then on the outside, they have a outdoor pool, outdoor fire pit over here, outdoor event area, 6 pickleball courts here, and then 2 bocce ball courts as well. They've also given kind of a draft drawing of what the building is going to look like. They'll just have to make sure that they meet our building materials and design ordinance for commercial buildings, once they have those details solidified. Getting back to tree preservation, so again, we've kind of noted two separate areas that we wanted the developer to look at as a part of this preliminary plan, and that was the north side. There was a grove of trees out there, and then kind of on the central west area, we wanted them to analyze. The North Grove, all of the trees within that were mainly elms and box elders, so we didn't see any significance in trying to incorporate that into the development. Therefore, they are not showing that as a part of the overall development. We wanted them to focus mainly on the central west grove of trees, due in part to the types and sizes of these trees over here. So really where I'm highlighting the cursor is kind of where those significant trees are. But those were mainly oaks and maples. They are planning to preserve 7 of those significant trees out there. 3 of them will be removed as they're basically right dead center in their rec center area. Grading would be really tricky around these to try to save them. So those are not shown to be incorporated into that area. But the trees on the edge and kind of the south portion of that area are planned to remain. They did create an opening off of the cul-de-sac to preserve those trees. So again, those were significant 28-inch or up to 40-inch oaks and maples there that they're planning to preserve. In terms of the architecture out there, they have, again, the 3 different lot width types out there. The first one, the 44-foot wide lots, this will be, with the setbacks, they will be 34-foot wide homes. These will be only slab on grade type homes. They won't have any basements due to their size. They'll range anywhere from 1,300 up to 1,700 square feet, offer 2 bedrooms and 2-car garages, and right now their value are high 200s to mid 300s. The 50-foot wide lots, which is like the medium size, are 40-foot wide homes. They will have an option for basements on there depending on whether or not the client would like that. They'll range from 1,600 up to almost 2,000 square feet in size, 2 bedrooms, plus an option for a 3rd bedroom or a bonus room, if they'd like. 2-car garages, and then these will range in price from mid 300s to mid 400s. And then lastly, the 60-foot wide lots will be 50-foot wide homes. These will have basements. These will range anywhere around the 2,000 square foot mark, and larger 2 bedrooms with the option for a 3rd. And then most of these will have a 3-car option. And then they'll range in price from high 300s to low 500s. So at this level, in the second step process, we do start to try to understand what code pieces will be required as a part of this development. One of them being that this is a detached single-family development, they are required to meet our anti-monotony ordinance. And that basically means that housing may not be similar within 2 houses to each side directly across the street or diagonal from the house in question. The developer has noted that they have their own anti-monotony code. However, we are asking that our current code be met, as that's consistently what's been applied in other developments. So we are asking that that stands with this new development coming through. So again, they're asking for a couple changes to our anti-monotony ordinance, so I'm going to kind of go through it item by item and kind of where staff's recommendation is on that. So the first one is the anti-monotony code as a whole and how it's applied. Again, we want the language that's in italics in the first line there to be carried through. Secondly, we require LP SmartSide on the fronts of all newer detached single-family homes. The developer has asked to deviate from this. They say that they use cultured stone and 2 different applications of siding on the front side. So when we say 2 different types, we mean shakes, board and batten, or the typical lap siding. So they'd be using 2 combinations of that on the front. So our recommendation is that we do see that as an acceptable change. They are offering a lot of articulation with that application on the front, so we are amenable to not requiring the LP SmartSide on the front in lieu of them doing the cultured stone and 2 different siding applications. The LP SmartSide is a piece that was applied due to the quality and look that you get from LP SmartSide. So we feel that that's still consistently being shown with what they're proposing on the front. So we do feel that's an acceptable change. They're also asking to deviate from the garage width requirement. I think a couple of you were on the commission when we did codify our anti-monotony ordinance. And with that, we did make a revision within the anti-monotony ordinance from a 60% garage width change to a 65% garage width. So it gave the developer and builders more room to work with that change. So at this time, we are still asking that that piece be consistently applied. Another piece is the garage protrusion. There is a limitation that homes cannot have garages that protrude out more than 8 feet from the front of the home. And they wish to deviate from that piece. There is also provision within that ordinance that ramblers or one-level homes can protrude out to 12 feet for their garage. So we feel that that's an acceptable application that they can carry through in this development. Another piece is the window trim. They wish to offer either 3 or 3.5 inch window trim on all windows. So that would be all 4 sides that would have to utilize window trim. Our code requires 4 inches around the window. And again, just being consistent, we are asking that stand. Then lastly, there's also a provision that 360-degree architecture is met specifically for all corner lots and lots whose rear or sides are visible from public rights-of-way or across from open spaces, as identified by staff during the course of their review. And again, they wish to eliminate that requirement given the fact that they are one-level homes and therefore don't have as much palette to work with on those sides and rears. However, we've had other ramblers and one-level homes that are able to meet the 360-degree requirement in other developments, and therefore we are asking that piece also stay consistent and be met as a part of this development. Getting back to what I already iterated on the Hammer Saloon. So it was only recently that the HPC had a meeting, March 3rd, which was last week, to review a site alteration permit for the Hammer Saloon, and that was to make changes on the exterior to basically re-side it, re-roof it, put in new windows, new window openings, and unenclose the front porch because it's currently enclosed with a screen-in porch. So all the changes that they're proposing is to revert it back to its original look, or as close thereto as possible. So what they proposed out there is consistent with what HPC would want to see for changes on the overall home. So they did get that approval recently, and again, are making steps towards trying to preserve this home in a separate lot. just outside of the development. And then in terms of the EAW, they did complete this document. It's undergoing its mandatory 60-day review. Again, as I stated before, they have to finish the review period and then also obtain a negative declaration for an EIS by City Council prior to their preliminary plat getting approved by them. So that is underway. So at this point, we are asking you to make a motion to recommend approval of the preliminary plat for Pinnacle based on the conditions that are listed in the staff report. So we are approving it based on the pieces or the conditions that are listed within that to be complied with. I'm happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, the applicant is here as well, and I think they'd like to make a small presentation to you as well regarding the development, so.
Any,
Has questions for me?
sorry, any questions for Liz before the developer comes up?
In the, excuse me, in the original paperwork that we got from you that lists the 40-some points, it mentioned in traffic that they believe, since this is an older, supposedly, development, that the impact on traffic will be spread out, and so it won't be an impact. I totally disagree with that. There will be a lot of people in their 60s that'll be still working. Even I, being much older, impact traffic twice a day at 8 o'clock in the morning. And I believe there is more impact than is kind of talked about. There is definitely more traffic that is talked about. The other little thing, I'm very glad that the city is being very firm on the anti-monopoly because, monotony, because the little houses that we can see are very similar. The door is always on this side. The garage is always on this side. And it doesn't move until you come into a different size lot. So I think the city should remain firm on that. There is one other thing. I kind of worry about access to the bluff area, even though it's nice to look. I was a neighbor. I was on Highland Drive for 30-plus years. So I'm very aware of the bluff area, and it is very fragile. And the high point down at the bottom of the arrangement looks reasonable. But on the west side, no way. That is fragile. That whole area is very fragile. I even worry about whether the 30 feet no mow is enough. I'm worried about trees in that very back part. They've got to be left alone. And so I'm worried about having access there. This is an improvement over the concept plan because they had a trail there, and that would have been just a disaster. Now there was, excuse me, there's one, oh yes, the parkland. Could you point out to us what they consider their parkland little bits? They're mini parks.
Sure. Let's see. So most of their mini parks are situated at the entrance of where their private trails are. So basically in this area, I think this area, Paul can correct me if I mistake where these are, and then as well as down here. So it's basically where their private trails are accessing the pond areas is where their mini parks are. And they provide benches for people to utilize at those entrances.
Is there free movement into the Moores Park? at all?
So there'll still be access points into the Morris Park, both on the southeast side of the park and on the southwest side. Yep.
I realize there's not supposed to be kids there, but grandparents have kids very frequently in their places, and having a more regular-sized park someplace handy is nice. I'm very glad. We need the 200-something $1,000 homes, very much so, and I'm glad to see them. I do have a question about the circle that's at the beginning, the curved area. That area there, houses look different, and it's not, I mean, the lots look different. I don't know, that's supposed to be done later, developed later, and I'm just wondering about why they look so different. The lots.
Sure. Well, I think that'd be a good question for the applicant to address for you.
I'm done.
Okay. Thank you.
Hey Liz, I have a question. In regards to the siding, not being smart side, is it non-vinyl though?
It's vinyl.
It will be vinyl?
Yes.
So a mix of vinyl and shake? Like
Yes.
shake vinyl?
It'll be vinyl,
Yeah.
but again, they can still manipulate it to be shakes or board and batten.
Yep,
So,
okay.
yeah.
And then I didn't catch in here, there's the requirement for trees per lot? Is there going to be the minimum requirement for each lot to plant trees?
No.
No.
It's, the boulevard tree component is the requirement for
Okay.
developments.
And then the garage difference, is it 8 to 12, or is it 8 additional feet? I missed it
They're
there.
allowed to go up to 12 feet
Okay,
max.
so an additional 4,
Yes,
basically. from
additional 4.
Normal, okay.
Mhm, Yep.
Say, Liz, you know, maybe just an education, well, it's probably a step back to the concept plan, but can you explain the access to the Broadman and O'Brien lots that has been developed as part of the plan?
Sure, and I'll try, I don't have a very zoomed in perspective here, but hopefully you can see it as well as you can on this drawing. But currently Cardinal Street provides access to their driveways today, and you can still see the delineation of that on this plan here. But they are providing a driveway stub here to create that consistent access into their
Okay.
areas. We've kind of noted in the report that there's some movement pieces in terms of how they get in and out that still needs to be further buttoned up, so to speak. But as of right now, they are providing access off the Grand Entrance Drive.
And that'll be part of the plat via easement for access?
It's going to have to be, yes.
Okay.
Or it's going to be platted, yeah, either as an easement or
Okay.
more than likely an easement, yes.
Could you explain the screening provisions for the adjacent homes? Could you just speak to what exactly that means?
Yeah, so it was kind of brought up as a concern of the residents back in the concept plan about kind of what that edge looks like between their lots and the proposed development. So the developer has put in a level of screening along most of these edges here. And that is kind of a mix of evergreen and deciduous plantings along that edge to kind of break it up. In addition to that, that's worth noting is they are doing a decorative aluminum fence along these edges where the uses change essentially or butt up against the other residential development. So it'll be a black ornamental fence mixed in with some of the vegetation that they're proposing. So.
Liz, I'm sorry to come back again. As I said, I've been there and I've watched things. And you've got 5 stormwater ponds. And I know why. because every so often there would be a gully washer and there would be an actual stream heading towards the ravine that they have there now. I'm a bit concerned because even though you've got all those ponds, you still have Hayden loam soils, which can be easily eroded at the time of Mr. Hammer when he had crops. Now, you've got so much hard surface because you've got all the houses and all the driveways that I'm not really sure if 5 stormwater ponds are enough. And I do mean that, because the hard surfaces that you have is tremendous, and I realize the slopes are going to be different than when Mr. Hammer farmed it, but they will generally pool in the same way, except for the very far end, which has its own stormwater pond. And I really don't consider stormwater ponds very much to be green space. And green space is missing in this development. I'm done, this time for good.
Anything else for Liz?
I think we
Okay,
can
thank you.
invite Paul up here then.
Before we bring, or go ahead, come on up. We do have a few empty seats up here. Anybody wants to sit? I see at least 3, so, or 4. So not everybody has to stand that's standing if they don't want. Sir, if you give your name and address and your position, and then proceed.
Thank you for being patient with me there. Paul Hoyer, Pulte Homes, 7500 Flying Cloud Drive, Suite 670, Eden Prairie, Minnesota, 55344. It's good to be here this evening. Some familiar faces and some new faces since I was last before you. Usually our applications don't take this long, but it was complicated, so it's been going on for 2.5 years. I'd like to thank the Hammers family for bearing with us for the 2.5 years, and the church for 2.5 years, and Kirsten, who I'm giving the historic house to for a long time. But here we are today, and we're really excited to be here. The small portions of my presentation that Liz covered, I'm just going to whip through so we don't bore anybody. But let me just tell you a little bit about really what a Del Webb community is, because it's unique in Minnesota. We just opened our first one in the Maple Grove Corcoran area last July, so it's still kind of new for people in this area. But Del Webb was the name of a man back in the 60s, 1960 actually. He started building these large master plan communities primarily in the southern climates. So Sun City, Anthem are Del Webb communities all across the south. And in recent decades, we've been building them in the northern climates. And what really makes a Del Webb community are these things: the size and scope of the amenities and how it looks. You know, there are certain design guidelines we follow to make it feel like a resort, and safe and beautiful, and also very, very entertaining. I mean, this is a very social type of person that buys a home in a Del Webb community. This map just shows briefly the yellow states across the United States that have a Del Webb community. There's quite a few Del Webb neighborhoods across the country. The amenities are typically involving a rec center, a building of sorts, outdoor sports. Oftentimes trails are built into the neighborhood as well, because people of that age love to walk and jog and ride their bikes. And also, they're known for their entries and the perimeter landscaping. There's a certain feel to a Del Webb community. So typically they have an arrival drive. I think I'm going to skip through this and get to something a little bit later. Our primary audience here is really the baby boomers. We're right now on the cusp of the Xers. The oldest of the Xers were born around 1964 or 65, so they're just starting to reach this age as well, the 55 and older active adult group. And what the studies show is in the northern climates, the baby boomers are willing to stay in that state, Minnesota, if they find an active lifestyle, a quality housing product, and the right location. So obviously, we're betting on being able to offer those things. Why try to keep them? Their economic value is strong. These are people who've worked their whole life, and they finally have some time and some money, and that usually is good for the surrounding businesses. Also, since they have the time, their social contribution is pretty massive. These are the folks who do a lot of the volunteering at churches and schools and things like that. So you can expect to have quality citizens, a very beautiful and inviting neighborhood, and also a really positive financial cost benefit. These people don't use as much city services for the most part, and they offer a lot. A couple more advantages. I'll just highlight the bolded ones. These are high consumption type people. So they'll spend their money downtown, which I know is one of the big goals of the city of Chaska. They do greatly reduce the rush hour traffic. I'll bring our traffic engineer up here, but MnDOT and the Institute of Transportation Engineers all agree. I mean, there are set studies that they've done that have factors of how much you multiply the number of homes by to figure out how much traffic they generate at peak times. And calculation is 63% less for a peak rush hour traffic that a neighborhood like this would produce compared to all single-family homes. And these are actual studies that have been done across the country. So you may have heard the news. We did start selling homes in our first Del Webb community in the state of Minnesota. It's on the border of Corcoran and Maple Grove. And the feedback has been tremendous. We had a list of 2,500 people, an interest list before we opened. And over 1,000 people attended a variety of information sessions that we put on to share more information about how to buy a home. And the sales so far have been very strong. And we are betting that we have the same kind of feedback in the Southwest Metro. So far, I've gotten a number of calls from some of your residents, too. So we're seeing the evidence that, yes, indeed, you have a need for this type of housing here. So a little bit more about the community. I'll try to cover things that Liz did not cover. We talked about the entrance experience. I think she handled that pretty well. The arrival drive, it is really important to understand that arrival drive usually has a lot of open space at the very beginning of the drive. So there's a certain emotion that this arrival drive evokes in people as they drive in. They see the nice landscape and the monuments, the heavily landscaped median, and then you have view corridors of ponds and nature. And that's all part of the feeling that we're trying to evoke in the design of a Del Webb neighborhood. Liz covered the amenity center well. I'll move on. Open space was another comment. So 29% of the gross area of the 86 acres will be open space. This graphic shows in red bounded areas the city land, and the city wants to accept things like the bluffs and things like that. The green consists of the privately owned by the Homeowners Association. Trails, we've got red shown as public trails and the green as in private. So this map shows in a little bit more detail where the trails are that we're proposing here. Something that oftentimes is missed in this kind of a neighborhood is when I asked my mother, what really did you like when you visited Del Webb communities in Arizona or California? And the first word out of her mouth was, it feels safe, secure. And I think that's a real common feeling with a lot of folks that are over 55. The feeling of safety and security is really important. And that makes this property an ideal property for this kind of development because it's a natural protected peninsula that's up high on top of the bluff. So it has a natural safe feel to it. We also have some elements that we design into the neighborhood to give it more of a feeling of security. Our entrance is designed to feel secure too, with some kind of stonework on both sides to feel like a gate, but it's not. The drive, the arrival drive with the no driveways off of it and with heavily landscaped, all of that also gives a feeling of security. And also the decorative fencing in some key areas around the perimeter, again, gives that feeling of security, which is really what this buyer's looking for. The homes, I'm not going to cover this in any detail. Liz covered it well. This just gives you a little bit better feel for what the homes up in our Bellwether neighborhood, our first Del Webb community, look like when they're built. Liz covered the homeowners association well. I talked earlier about, I know that it's been a city goal to have more spending downtown, and this is really an ideal way to do that with bringing, again, people into this neighborhood that are of an age that they have some discretionary spending and they have the time to do it. Here's a simple table about minimizing traffic impacts, and these are straight facts out of the National Engineering Manuals and Studies. We're seeing a 63% reduction in peak hour traffic for this neighborhood compared to a single-family neighborhood. And there's a lot of benefits to the city. I've got 3 slides of them. I'm not going to read all the things, but a few highlights. We're preserving a historic home. We've spent an enormous amount of time and money realigning roads, working to preserve the home. And we're giving the home away to an investor. We're also resolving a city cemetery problem. I don't remember if Liz covered this or not, but I'll talk a little bit more about it in just a moment. And we're providing housing that really is needed by your existing residents and residents, of course, in the surrounding communities. And I just wanted to talk a little bit about a handful of things that I think warrant a little more discussion from the staff report. We haven't really had a chance to talk since the staff report came out end of Friday, and there were some surprises in there for me that we're meeting with city staff tomorrow morning about. And I just wanted to outline some of them. One of them was the city cemetery. So the city owns the cemetery immediately to the east of this new neighborhood. And there's some uncertainty about whether or not all the burials are actually in the city boundaries. So the only real solution is for us to deed some land to the city so that we can solve the problem for the city. And my reading of the staff report was that we wouldn't be paid for that property or given park dedication credit for it. So we're solving the city's problem, and we think it would be fair for us to be paid for that small amount of land. Your city comp plan that was just approved shows some expansion of Fireman's Park on the very southern tip of the property. And we're complying with that. And again, we haven't had a chance to discuss, so I'll just whip through this, but it seems to us like the non-bluff portion of that we should be getting park dedication credit for, because that's the standard in the industry. Public trails, same thing. Maybe this was an omission. I don't know. We haven't had a chance to speak, but typically we pay park dedication fees and trail fees, and if we build trails, we get credit for that off the fee that we would pay for trails. That doesn't seem to be how it's working with that staff report. So we want to have further discussion about that because, again, that's a standard in the industry. And this one's a discretionary one, and it's at the bottom part of the page. You'll see some narrative that's from your park dedication ordinance. And it's really saying we're encouraging developers to have a lot of open space. And to encourage you, the city council has the discretion to give you additional park dedication credit for both private and public open space. And when I think about this kind of neighborhood, this is the ideal candidate to qualify for that sort of term for 2 reasons. One is there is an extraordinary amount of open space. It's 270% of the amount required by your code. And secondly, we're building a large private amenity that will reduce the burden on the city's park system, too. Many cities have that kind of term in their code where they say if you have a private amenity, we'll give you up to 20% park dedication credit. Anyway, it seems to me it's worth discussing. It seemed to be kind of dismissed in the staff report, and I'd like to have more of a discussion about if not this neighborhood, then what was that clause in your park dedication ordinance written for? So more discussion on that, I believe. And sidewalks. Liz mentioned this earlier. So the standard in the metropolitan area is sidewalks on one side. If you drive around Chaska, I live in Chaska, my neighborhood has no sidewalks. It's very frustrating to me. I think there's a great benefit in having one sidewalk versus none. Having two sidewalks versus one, very incremental benefit. And the cost of sidewalks has gone up so much in recent years that I don't feel the value's there, and most cities agree with me on that count. So I'm just asking for a discussion about that issue. It's not just a savings for us up front in not building a second sidewalk, but you will own it, you will maintain it, and someday you'll be repairing it and replacing it at your cost. I just don't think that's a good value decision, so I wanted to point that out for further discussion. And the final thing on my list is home design. You have, as Liz mentioned, a requirement that garages can't stick out too far from the homes. This is a unique kind of home that's single level, very narrow, and there's only so much flexibility you have in designing various floor plans. So we have 13 floor plans that our buyers choose from, and with this restriction of these two homes here not being able to be built in the neighborhood, we lose two of those floor plans. And I just ask, is that the right decision? You know, should we let people decide what floor plan is right for them? Because these homes, they're not ugly. They're good-looking homes. So I just want to have, again, more discussion about that, because whenever a city, this gets kind of sensitive, but whenever a city inserts themselves between us and our buyer, it gets a little awkward when we tell them, you know, you can't purchase that particular floor plan because the city doesn't allow it, and they ask questions, and it's just, I think that's worth further discussion. I don't know if that's the right decision. And that's just a summary of the 6 slides we talked about. I'm available for any questions you might have. And again, we're really excited. It's been 2.5 years. You heard the obstacles, you know, MnDOT access, church land swap agreement, historic home preservation, cemetery. I mean, there was a long list of issues related to this project that we worked really hard on for the last 2.5 years. We finally resolved all of the big issues, and I'm really happy to say we're talking, I think, about the details now. So we're excited to be here, and thank you.
It's an impressive plan. I have a few questions, but I'm sure everybody else does too, so I'm going to let the rest of the commission get after you first, and if I'm not covered, I'll ask mine at the end.
Yeah, I got a couple. Could you go back to the green space, the 29%? I'm sitting at an angle here, I can't quite see, but it looks like you're counting the rec center in that?
So, yes. So, yeah, let me clarify. 2 different points. One is the 29% includes all open space. However, when I made the calculations from your ordinance about what can be qualified for park dedication credit for private and public open space, the column on the right excludes all bluffs and all ponds.
Yeah, I was just clarifying that that was included
Yes.
in that calculation.
Yes.
And then secondly, on the sidewalk topic, I think most neighborhoods do have 2 sidewalks, although there are some exceptions in the city, but will you be restricting any pet use for these neighborhoods, or is it going to just be open and you can have, you know, cats, dogs, and things like that?
Yeah, we don't place restrictions on pet use.
So I think sidewalks on both sides of the street are pretty helpful for walking pets. So just a comment I think a lot of your buyers would agree to.
There's lots of dogs.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anybody else?
I have a few questions. So for the retaining wall to entrance,
Yes.
is that going to be maintained by the housing, by the HOA?
Yes,
So if the retaining wall 15 years from now needs work, it'll be taken care of?
that is the HOA's responsibility, and we'll make sure they budget for it up front.
Okay, and then, curious about, it's probably, maybe you've got this question before, but some of your houses are gonna be flat lot, slab on grade. Is there any place for severe weather?
For what, severe weather?
Is there a room in the house or in the rec center or something that if there happened to, God forbid, be severe weather, that people can go somewhere that don't have a basement?
No,
There's not.
no more than mobile home courts, commercial buildings.
Some of them have a place.
Yeah.
Yep. So just
Usually what
curious.
the National Weather Service recommends is you go to a mall or public building, libraries, places like that.
Yeah. And then
People also
the-
have the opportunity to buy a bolt-on safe room in the garage. People don't often do it, they're not concerned enough to do it, but that's an option some rarities choose.
Okay. Traffic reduction, because I know Commissioner Cross had a comment about the reduction of traffic and if it really is. And I understand the stats from the engineering book. And is that taken into account like a one-for-one swap? I mean, because I think, so for instance, my question is it considering the per house? Because I understand, like, if you, it's a reduction in cars, probably because of the age, right? So some of them may work, some may not work. But would it be the same if you had, the same amount of single-family homes, or is it, or, because these are tighter together? I'm just curious if, like, the difference in homes makes it
I think
different. How
this-
is that study taken into account?
I think this table answers that question. So
It's hard to see. Do you have like
Yeah.
a printout for people?
let's see here. Now we're going to stretch my abilities here. All right. So 2 lines here. One is the active adult, so that's what I'm proposing.
Yep.
And under that is single family. So we're proposing 269 homes.
Yep.
The equivalent number of single-family homes you could get on 80-foot lots would be 165.
Okay.
So the comparison was made, 165 single-family homes versus 269 active adult.
Yep, perfect. That's what I was asking, yep. And that's a 63% reduction typically found over the.
In the peak traffic flow, and that's rush hour.
Right, okay.
So do you still use the same number, like trips per day average that
No.
those traffic studies come up with, or?
For the average buyer here, I think all the engineering manuals are roughly half. Typically, they spread their trips out over the day, where the rest of us working stiffs, pretty much rush hour and rush hour.
So the only focus was during peak time, not the negative effect on the neighborhoods to the north?
Yes, I mean, all traffic designs for major roadways are based on peak traffic flows.
Right, but you're funneling all that traffic to the north through the established neighborhoods, though?
Yes, and we're creating a new entrance.
66 new lots
Yeah.
going up through established
Oh,
neighborhoods.
there's no question. We're adding homes, we're adding cars. I mean, I can't get around that. We're just doing the best we can to minimize.
I have a question and kind of on the entrance side of things. So off of 41, is it going to be a turn lane or is it just going to be straight off the, I mean, is there going to be additional turn lane coming off of 41
Well,
into
in
the?
the city's wisdom, some years ago, when they built that stretch, you added an extra lane. So there's enough pavement out there for a turn lane to be restriped. So we will be striping a turn lane, a right turn lane southbound going into the new neighborhood.
So how's that going to impact the sidewalk trail that's coming down the hill right now? Because obviously there's no entrance there and
Yeah.
there's no controls.
So Liz accurately pointed out that it's pretty steep there. So as you can imagine, we're going to have to remove the trail for some length, and we're going to be carving out a new road going up through that church property. And then we're going to have to weave the trail back into place, both grade-wise and alignment-wise. Yeah. There's some details to be worked out there for sure.
I had some more questions. So for the trail system, the public versus private trail system, I think you had a slide kind of showing the two different ones, if you would.
Yes.
So you're saying the red one is public
Yes.
and the light green ones and the, is there a
Green
yellow
ones,
one?
the green ones are private.
Okay. And so what's the differentiating factor there, since they're both within sight of the development? Just because one goes to the 41?
Yeah, good question. Well, staff instructed us to add the red ones. We recognize that we have a lot of open space. We wanted to make use of it. We know that trails are a real high priority for this buyer, so we decided to add some more trails in the homeowners association outlots.
So is it separate from, so is it an actual trail, or is it separate from the, is it separate from the sidewalk, or is it just an extension of the sidewalk down that main boulevard?
Yeah, so the private ones are all going away from the street, so they're off kind of in the fields, in the open space.
So that red one, no, I get the
the red
private one, the red one. Is
Yeah.
it just basically the sidewalk is what you're calling the trail?
So on the arrival drive,
Separate.
that red represents a trail on one side of the street, and what's not shown, because it's on every street, is a sidewalk on the other side.
On the other side of the street?
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
And it's a standard trail, the 8-footer.
Yeah.
So are
You're
the,
looking for park dedication reimbursement for that, saying that that is a public trail?
Yes. Yep.
Okay, and then the 29%, so 29% overall open space without the ponding. And so we're taking away the ponding per the letter this morning, right?
Yeah.
And you're looking for that ponding to be included.
Oh, so if
You're
we're,
29% excluding the ponds?
so the 29% was of gross, so that was everything.
Yep,
When we're talking about me pertaining to the part of the park dedication ordinance,
yep.
those acreages, I deducted all the bluff and all the ponds, and we ended up with 16.8 acres of open space.
Okay. And so that's what you're looking for that?
Yes.
16.8, and so that's the bluffs and minusing the bluffs, minusing the ponds.
That's right. And all those calculations, I believe, are in my narrative that was submitted. It's a lot of, I know it's long, 25 pages, but there are some tables in there that give you more details on that.
Mm-hmm.
anyone else?
I hate to say it, I'm back again. The one thing that I missed in all your presentation on the paper and so forth is that I did not see, I have to look, a street profile of the connection to 41. You have street profiles on all the other ones, but that connection does not really show, you don't have a street profile to show, okay, here's how much the wall is and so forth. So that, to me, needs to be here someplace,
Okay.
because you've got it on the other streets.
I do have my engineer tonight with me. If I say something wrong, he can come up and correct me. But we have prepared a preliminary grading plan for the whole site. So as part of that, we did prepare the grades. So it's known what the grade of the road will be going up the street, and also how far out we're grading to make that street happen.
That's what, as I said, I thought I would see that when I saw the other street profiles.
And I think we'd want to see that before we're done.
Yeah, and there's two steps ahead of us. One is the
Yeah.
final plat, and the next
Correct.
one after that is the construction documents, which Matt has to review and approve as well.
Commissioner
Back
Bansky?
to Commissioner Cross's question earlier with the 6 lots that you have near the entrance there. I assume those are like your, kind of your sales center there, but eventually to be owned, or?
Actually, no. I don't think I've got a full size of that up there. Bear with me. Guess I don't. So those 6 lots at the beginning are shaped different because it's a curve there. That's really the only reason. They are all 60-foot wide lots. I don't know how much detail to get into here. But they are the standard 60-foot wide lots. They just have more space in the rear yards because it's a pie shape. That's really it.
Are they going to be priced different for the land?
For those versus others? All of the 60-foot lots are placed in areas that will cost more, yeah. So we tried to choose the best locations for the 60-foot wide lots because those are likely the people that would want the bigger houses, so yeah.
With regard to the rec center, is there going to be someone on site? Like, how are you going to control access, people from the neighborhood coming down, start using it?
Yep, good point. They have access cards,
To be gated,
the building.
the building?
And there is typically either a full-time or part-time employee that works for the homeowners association whose primary job is facilitating their lifestyle, really, where they set up all the clubs, the trips, the entertainment that comes rolling through the clubhouse, all sorts of different things. That person really gets to know everybody in the neighborhood.
Okay.
Anyone else? Okay, you done, or?
Yeah, I just want to clarify again, so.
Okay.
So for the park dedication fees, it says parkland credit will not be given for the bluff areas or the stormwater ponds. And you agree or don't agree with that?
I agree.
You agree, okay. And then the 3.28 acres on the west edge, the rec center area, residents only, it would not count towards park dedication. Do you agree or not agree with that?
Say that again?
The rec center area, 3.28 acres of rec center, do you agree or not agree with it being not counting towards park dedication?
Well, as part of,
Since it's private.
right. So this clause in your park dedication ordinance allows for some credit for some private open space if the public and private open space is much greater than required. So I guess yes is the answer to your question, because you were encouraging people to have as much open space as possible.
Okay. I've got a couple questions, one question actually. What's the HOA fee probably going to be?
Put me on the spot here.
Yeah,
My estimate at this stage is $230 to $275 a month.
okay. And then, I guess this is more of a statement for when you guys meet. In the developments that we've done since I've been on the commission, we've developed this anti-monotony code, and we've made everyone else stick to it. So if that means there might be I think you said 2 plans that you won't be able to offer if we have to stick to the code. As you said, you've got a lot of good-looking houses here. I'm really impressed.
Thank you.
If those 2 can't be made to work, I guess, in my opinion, is you'll have to work around it.
I tend to agree with this. I think it's really important. I had a house here in Chaska. Well, I had one, but I live here as well, obviously. And our first neighborhood had the same anti-monotony rule, and it was really important because it was, lots of big development, and you could see how it could become overwhelming if you didn't have that breakup. And so I think it's really important.
And
I was
then-
going to ask how you thought your monotony rule was different than ours.
Chairman, can I respond? There's 2 separate issues. Let me deal with each of them separately here. So
And then just because this is part of it. Also, the same thing with like the 4-inch window trim versus 3.
Right.
I consider that part of anti-monotony, and 4 is our code. I guess I'd want to know, I'm assuming cost is the difference.
Truth is, I don't care about the trim, that's fine, we'll put the
Okay.
4-inch on. The anti-monotony code is not dealing with the 2 homes that we're not able to build here. The 2 homes we can't build here because the garages stick out too far supposedly from the home. So let's go back to the monotony code. I believe our monotony code is stronger than the cities and more detailed, and that's why I'd like to have that adopted. The cities seems very subjective, and, if we get a change in staff, I get concerned about, well, what's the next person gonna rule on this? I'm looking for certainty, which is really hard in this industry to find certainty, but we'll have that discussion tomorrow. But when I look at our monotony code, which is in my narrative that you have, it's, you look at it from the cities, it's almost identical. It's the subjective nature of a few words in the cities code that causes me concern.
I think those will be good points of discussion to see how that really matters, to come to us, because you're an expert and the staff are experts on that, so I think you guys need to make that part of the discussion. And I believe everybody else covered what I had, so.
Could you give a for instance in the difference of the code, the subjectiveness, like something that you think?
Yes.
Give us a for instance?
The language is escaping me, but similar, the word similar is in there. Similar to you might mean something totally different than similar to you. That's the kind of stuff that gets us in trouble, because we're relying on somebody being fair. And everybody's idea of fair is different than, all right, here's the rule, and it's written clear. We approve these homes. If you have, this Noor Hill there and Noor Hill across the street, you can't have it. And that's exact, that's clear. We're just looking for a little certainty. I think they're almost the same, but whenever we have that kind of ambiguity, there's problems that result from it.
Well, I think just so we don't spend too much time on it, I think you obviously should make that part of discussion. Where you do differ or feel that you differ, hammer it out, and so when we come back with final, those aren't issues anymore. And then I do have one last thing, and it's just, again, I also agree with sidewalks on both sides of the street, and mainly because of the fact that it's a 55-plus neighborhood.
Yeah.
I think you can't have enough flat, smooth, or, not too smooth so you slip, but I mean, rather than walking on grass or having to hop across the street to get to a sidewalk if you're walking a pet or if you're just going for a walk. So that's where I sit on that. So,
Two quick
a
questions.
statement.
Two
Go
quick
ahead.
questions for you. So 55-plus community, that means one of the owners has to be 55-plus?
It's more complicated than that. There's a federal law where we can't discriminate against old people, they say. And it's very complicated. Short answer is something very similar to that. And the homeowners association every year has to actually take a poll, because there has to be a certain percentage of people 55 and older in each home. It gets really messy. I don't remember all the details, I'm sorry.
All right. But let's say you have a 56-year-old gentleman and a 52-year-old spouse.
Yes, typically that's allowed.
Okay. And then rentals?
We don't dictate rentals in any of our neighborhoods.
So that would be in the HOA rules.
What I'm saying is, we don't restrict it in any of our neighborhoods. It hasn't been a problem.
But you're not building to rent.
No.
Yeah.
We,
You sell them, obviously, and if
That's
someone turned around and wanted to rent it, you don't restrict it.
that's right. Occasionally, you see that more in townhomes. Haven't been seeing it in age-restricted
Is
communities.
there a restriction for, let's say, said person buys the house, they also own a place in Florida? They want to go down there in the wintertime, and then they Airbnb out their house here? Something like that. Is there?
The public hearing I went to for our other Del Webb in Minnesota, some folks came up at the public hearing and said, we approve this because we have a Del Webb home in Happy, Arizona, and we want to have one here too.
Yep.
That's exactly the way a percentage of the buyers deals with it. They own two homes.
Right, which I figure that it's very possible. So you would allow, obviously, for rental on that, for instance, as well, a temporary rental?
I hadn't thought about that. I suppose so, yeah. they'd have to, the rentals would have to qualify too, I believe, for the ages.
It's not mentioned in your HOA guidelines.
Yeah, so I was just curious.
Okay.
Because
I
I
don't
think
know.
some of your customers may want to have that, if it's allowed with the city or not. I'm not sure what our exact ordinance is on that, but it's not mentioned, so I was curious.
I do
about
not
that.
have an answer to that question.
I agree, I think that's important enough, though, too, that there should be some clarity by the end here on that,
Guidelines,
because,
if it's allowed, if it is, for what time period, for temporary rentals.
if I go to Florida for the winter and rent it out to my 25-year-old biker son that, thank goodness I don't have, but he might be they're a gang son or something, and if he wants to rent the house for the winter, that might not go well with the rest of my neighbors.
Yeah, exactly.
So-
So there's.
How do you
should be some
handle
sort of guide-
Airbnbs right now?
That would have to be a city legal question. I don't know if it.
Have an ordinance on it.
But more, I think, not versus the city, but since it's a 55-plus community, then you could potentially have a problem there where I'm renting to somebody that's not. So I don't know how you'd handle that.
Yeah, and truth is, I'm more familiar with our standard homeowners association documents. The
Yeah.
Del Webb are much more complex, and
The-
I don't know if we deal with that issue or not.
Okay.
So Del Webb still has, once the HOA is in place and it's populated, Del Webb still has a managerial responsibility over the whole neighborhood?
So we hire a management company,
Okay.
and we also hire an employee that will ultimately work for the HOA, but first they work for us to be the facilitator. We typically manage and own the homeowners association until 75% of the homes are occupied, at which time there's enough people living there that we can give authority to the new HOA board to manage the neighborhood.
Okay.
It gets kind of messy, but, we're not in the business of wanting to manage HOAs. We just manage them until there's enough people to hand it off.
All right, because, I was curious about that. By the way, no offense to other bikers, I'm a biker too. I don't know why I used that term, but I did, so, sorry. Anything else for Paul? Well, appreciate your presentation, it was helpful, and I think you answered all of our questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So,
Sure that you open the public hearing.
right, I was just going to do that. So, okay, this is a public hearing, so at 8:27, we will open the public hearing. Any comments, or please come on up, state your name, address, and concern.
Hi, I'm Tyler. I'm not here for this one, actually, but I live at 1459 Sophia Drive, Chaska, Minnesota, 55318, and we're part of a townhome community as well. Our HOAs are 270 right now, and we don't have a pool or a rec center or anything like that. So the stated amount that was on the spot by the gentleman that presented earlier, I don't think that's a rational number. It will most likely be significantly higher than that for the people buying. Also, the demographical assessment on a 55-plus, I think, is only based on the buyer base, not the actual designation by the developer. So it'd be on the people who actually bought into it, not what they say it's going to be. So if it is bought by elementary age school children, adults, they may not qualify for that designation if they over-enroll it. And then lastly was the short-term rental or Airbnb situation. Our homeowners association in Clover Ridge does have a short-term rental clause in the bylaws. So that's usually part of a standard issue where you don't allow for transient use of the property. However, this comes into conflict with our residents when we have like the Ryder Cup in Hazeltine, where they're looking at a major payday and they cannot re-rent their property. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? Go ahead, come on up, sir.
Name's Bill Westby, I live on Highland Drive.
Can you pull the mic a little closer, or, thank you.
My name is Bill Westby. I live on Highland Drive. Been there since about 1980.
And your address on Highland Drive?
194 Highland Drive.
Thank you.
Concern about Cardinal Street. This development, 269 units, 2- and 3-car garages. If they were all 2-car garages, we'd be looking at 538 cars, assuming that both husband and wife are going to drive. If the story is that only half of those people actually work, that's still going to be 250 cars every morning and every night. Now, if you look at the way that place is structured, they're going to be coming down, at least half of those are going to be coming down Cardinal Street. The question about Cardinal Street is, are you going to limit on-street parking on Cardinal Street? And if so, I think somebody probably should notify the church. Because currently there are cars parked on both sides of Cardinal Street. And that's going to be problematic with a couple hundred cars coming down there. And the other thing about Cardinal Street is that they're coming off of Cardinal Street and going behind the tavern house. That's right in front of the church. So how could they possibly have parking on Cardinal Street when there's people going to be coming out onto Cardinal Street and coming off of Cardinal Street where there would be cars parked right in front of the church? The other question is, or another question is, coming off of Highway 41. The Highway 41 is, the snow plowing is done by the state. The snow plowing for this neighborhood would be done by Chaska, is that correct?
I believe so.
Okay, now, in order to plow the snow on that entrance road coming off of 41, there's only one direction they can go. Hope they know that. They'll have to go out onto 41 and come up onto the road. They can't go down the road to plow the snow, just so that they know that. But Cardinal Street is going to be catching most of it. The next thing of interest is all the construction equipment. When Moore's property was developed, we had a sign at the end of Highland Drive that said, "No construction equipment on Highland Drive." Well, that worked until about Tuesday.
Starting on Monday?
Well, Tuesday morning. So the concern is, how is the first bulldozer and the first earth mover going to get onto the property? And my guess is that there's only one way they're going to go, and that's down Cardinal Street. Now, when Cardinal Street gets all busted up from all this heavy equipment, who's going to pay for that? When the storm sewer business was done down on the clay hole, that's when I was still new to Highland Drive. I've only been there a few years. But our assessment was $700. And that was on Highland Drive and on Sarita and up 2 more neighborhoods. $700 a house. Not looking forward to being assessed because somebody's going to chop up the streets. Incidentally, I use Cardinal Street a lot, every day, morning, noon, and night. Still, there's the question there about Cardinal Street and how they're going to get off of 41. And I would be concerned about going off of 41 if there's not going to be anything more than just a striped line in what's already there. It's 40 miles an hour speed limit right there. I've gone up 41 at 45 miles an hour and been passed by a school bus. Now, if you're going to be coming down 41 and you're going to want to turn to the right off of 41, I don't think you're going to want to have an 18-wheeler shifting into second that's coming down the hill behind you. You're going to probably be looking for some other escape, and that would probably be down to Walgreens. Now, if they're not going to have a turn lane, and I don't see how they could because there's nothing much more than just a little bit of a boulevard, I would be concerned about somebody trying to make that turn. And the other thing, of course, is try to make that turn after it's been plowed and everything's fine, except for the ice. If you look from 41 up to the farmhouse, it's about, I don't know, I could be wrong, about 90-foot elevation, 80 foot. It's pretty steep. You're going to be going up, and then you're going to be leveling off at Cardinal Street, and then you're going to be going up again. Now, who's going to be the first one to come off of 41 when there's an icy road and try to get up onto that? I don't think they're going to heat it, but it's a concern. And we're just close enough to hear the sirens.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? All right, seeing no one else coming up, we will close the public hearing at 8:36. Bring it back to the commission for questions. We probably have a couple for the city and
And I just have comments. I hate to say it, but I do.
go for it. Go ahead, you're up.
As I said, I've lived there plus 30 years, and the last time when the preliminary came, with the concept plan came, I had stood on Cardinal looking down the hill for 41, and I said at concept, I didn't think the DOT would give permission to have an entrance. And I think they will eventually regret that they have given us an entrance, because I think we're going to have some people decide, oh, I'll just go down the entrance so I can get on 41 to go downtown. And there are people that'll do things like that, especially at 2 o'clock in the morning and so forth. And I consider it a hazard. I've considered it a hazard from the beginning at the concept plan. And even though there's many things I like about this, you will have noticed I didn't say one thing about trees, because I watched the trees come down after Francis Hammers died. There were more trees. He had left his pasture there on the high part because it was on the high part. He left the high pasture. It was probably his father's high pasture also. I feel we need homes, we need income, but in this nice workup, they said about how wonderful this will help downtown by having more people come and so forth. It's just that it's going to be hard to go downtown. You're going to have to go up and turn, and then you have a choice on 41 whether you're going to go downtown or you're going to go uphill where there is other things just as well. And so I don't really believe the downtown is going to greatly benefit from this, even though that's one of the goals, is to have the downtown benefit from this development. And as I say, if you have a good number of people, some of them will go there. And the curling center is just wonderful, but you can't get there directly from this development. And I am concerned with Mr. Westby's, because it is correct. The church has cars on both sides of Cardinal, and Cardinal's going to bend. And for the people, the last two lots way down, they have to take a notch and turn as if they were going to go down out the 41 entrance. They're going to have to make another little notch. And that's, again, to me, a safety concern. I like the cows. I wish they were still there, but things do change. And the trees have gone over the years after Francis died. There were lots of trees. And the ones that are left that are listed to be removed are not that great. But the one thing that I notice most is that the ravine starts a little further away than it used to start. So they will kind of smooth that beginning dip out, I'm sure. Done.
I have a couple questions. Is a representative of the church here? By chance?
What was that?
Is a rep from the church here?
Senior Pastor Reggie Clinworth. We have walked along road together the last couple of years. We're excited that we're going to have 255 hopeful homes of Lutherans available. Yes. We're very excited for progress. We're excited for new neighbors. It's a dead-end street. That means no growth. And for us, we're just excited to see that part of the community come a little closer together and take development. So we're very excited as a congregation. We know that a lot about construction, if you've watched the church for the last 4 years. So we're excited for the possibilities to go through that again, and then also welcome people. So thank you.
So I appreciate that. So I
Yeah.
have a question about the concerns of the parking on Cardinal. And I guess my question would be is, since they're abandoning part of Cardinal and realigning it, and you're doing a land swap, more or less.
Yep.
And you're gonna get land that looks like,
Yep, I have.
are you gonna use that for parking, or what's the parking situation? Are you worried about the cars? I mean,
So that was one of the first concerns that I heard tonight, or first time I heard that tonight. With our growth in terms of our parking lot, the new plot for our parking lot would include parking on the inside of the turnaround where there currently is there are no spaces. So that would be a portion on our side. We would gain more lots than what we have. The concern around whether or not we have extra cars parked on the road there, I would say probably, if I just had to throw out a number, maybe 8 times a year that we have lots of cars parked on both sides of the streets. Christmas and Easter mark those days. Funerals of members of the congregation, and then a few other holy or holidays. Aside from that, our parking lot is pretty sustainable for the number of members that we have.
For your normal service days?
Yep.
So when there is no service or a normal Sunday, Cardinal Lane is open?
It is, and people tend to park there right now in part because due to our construction, the roundabout on Cardinal is just gravel. And people, if the parking lot is filled, then people prefer not to, they'll go right on the road and not walk through the mud, especially this time of year.
So little impact if, for example, there was no parking allowed on Cardinal anymore, would that impact your church?
I'm not an expert on the number of spaces we gained or we will gain when we finish the parking lot, but I don't think it would be a huge impact.
Or even if there is no parking on one side? You know,
I would suspect no.
okay. Just to make sure you clear up a drive lane
Yep.
for the amount of cars coming. I think that's So I got a question, and I had a question for Liz in regards to if the heavy machinery is used, traveled, traversed upon Cardinal, is there gonna be, or any street for that matter, and it winds up damaging an existing street, I mean, is the developer gonna need to pay that or fix that street?
Matt is here, yeah.
It's more of a
Typically,
Matt
what we
question.
do is
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Matt Clark, Chaska engineer. Typically, what we do is a pre-assessment of the road, make note of that, and then work very closely with the developer. If there is damage and things to that, we take that up with them as a part of the development approval process.
Yeah.
And we include that in the development agreement.
Okay, so then the current residents wouldn't be assessed for that damage? Like the residents that are already existing there,
I'd hate to,
generally speaking?
generally speak, I mean, we haven't run into that in the past.
Okay.
So, but again, Cardinal Street, we did go back and do some improvements a few years ago.
Right,
With the trunk water main portion, it's really the existing condition of the blacktop that's from Highland Drive back to Victoria Drive that we're going to have to work and watch very closely.
yeah, okay.
I just have a question. Mr. Westby's point about the snow plowing, has the city, Public Works Department been consulted on what's proposed? So they're comfortable from a plowing route standpoint?
So we incorporate our department heads in an internal staff meeting with any application that comes in, and one of them is our Public Works Director. So they are a part of the review process of these plans, and if they know any concerns, they will make it known to us. So that has not been brought up as a concern.
Okay.
But definitely something we'll work with them on to make sure it's at their comfort level.
Okay.
I want to add, go ahead, sorry.
Mr. Westby's other point, with, getting access from MnDOT off of Highway 41 is no small task, even for right-in.
Yeah.
Have his points, with regard to the speed differential on 41 coming down the hill in the turn lane, was that part of the discussion, and could you speak to it?
And I'd like to elaborate on that, in the hill as well, coming off 41, going up into the development. MnDOT took that in consideration, the pitch, the steep slope, I mean, ice, if you have a car come in and it slides back down, I mean, has that all been taken into consideration?
MnDOT ran this through multiple layers of their organization in terms of ensuring that whatever decision they made was appropriate and safe.
Okay.
And we rely on them to do that. And they don't do just one thing. There's multiple people that sign off on everything they do.
Yep.
And so this is a part of that. It's extraordinary how many people get touched in their department with a right turn in only.
Well, I imagine.
My name is Ryan Bloom with Westwood Engineer. I'm the civil engineer for the project, and so I thought I'd step up and add to that. So over the last year, we've been working with MnDOT on looking at an access here, starting with a right-in, right-out, and ended up at a right-in. And yes, there are, the 41 is coming down at a slope, and so what we worked out with MnDOT is an acceptable taper length and turn lane length.
So there is a taper lane?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
That's great.
And so, and Paul was correct in his initial presentation that there is an extra lane already there. But what we also looked at as a provision for adding an additional lane in the future, so that there's enough room to do that in the future, so that there'd be 2 lanes and a right turn lane.
If need be?
If need be in the future for the expansion of that road. And then, addition to that, we looked at, the radius turning into the project and then having a flat tangent before having to traverse up into the project, which would be, we're looking at about a 3 to 4% grade. So, nothing close to what the maximum slopes would be in the city of Chaska. It is steeper than what we would normally do, but
And you're
my-
well off the road before you have. to
Correct, correct. So it's been something we've looked at great detail with MinDOT on, and as we move forward, we'll have to do an access permit with them and continued more detailed plans before, anything would happen
Yeah.
there, so.
Yeah, no, in general, I mean, I like the idea of the right-in. I'm glad to hear there's a taper lane and that the thought has been with the flat surface tangent first before you go up grade is great, because this would alleviate a lot of traffic, because it's a lot easier to just come down 41 and go right in. So Cardinal Lane and the existing neighborhood wouldn't see all that traffic coming in. So it does eliminate potentially 50% of traffic.
Correct. I mean, I think that was the whole idea for having a right-in, right-out is, try to avoid, a lot of traffic impact to the neighborhoods altogether.
Yeah.
But knowing that having this dedicated entrance, the majority of the trips will come in this direction and then have to go out.
Disperse other ways.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
Now, and this might be for the city as well. Cardinal Lane does have no parking signs on it. Maybe we don't, the good Lutherans might, sometimes we don't see everything, but anyway, will that extend on to where Cardinal gets redone? Realigned, thank you, to get in the neighborhood?
I think we're gonna have to take a look at that as a part of the final
Plat.
approval.
Okay.
It's,
Okay.
The restrictions were really put in place for, the church and things for during that peak parking period. So we'll have to look at that as a part of the final. Does the access road coming into the development, is that a continuation of the no parking? It might make sense.
Okay.
Sir, while you were there, and as part of the commission request and what we sign off, under 1M, it says street profiles. And this is the one that, as far as I'm concerned, is missing, is that there is no profile for that entrance off of 41. So will that end up being in the works to talk about between now and final?
Yes, so as a part of our final plans, there would be a profile for the access drive. And I guess I can't speak to, if there is a missing profile there, but we do include a profile for the entire Grand Parkway, coming up.
It's there.
Yeah.
It is there. All the rest of the streets have a profile, except that one.
Okay, yeah, and so, absolutely, there would be a profile in order to build the roadway.
You have, city council in April, but then, we'd want to see that at final, before we would approve it to move it on to city council.
Absolutely.
Very good. Anything else? All right, thank you. Any further discussion?
I just have a quick comment if public is closed.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we see a lot of developments come through, and I think I haven't seen a plan come forward with so many instances where they're trying to go against code and guidelines that we've put in place. And that's personally frustrating. We put a lot of work into what we want those guidelines to be, including anti-monotony and where sidewalks should be on both sides of the street. So future developers, please make sure you're taking that into consideration when you're putting your plans together.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I mean, I think some of these points we'd like to see as the city, and I do overall like the plan. I mean, I like the idea of 55-plus community. It's definitely a need that's should be serviced, and it's great for the community. So overall, I like the development. I do think a few of the things, the sidewalks, the dedication, the monotony are important points. And so I as a comment, I tend to agree with the city on this. Overall, though, I think the plan is great. I mean, I think it's definitely, even though it's a little higher density than a single-family home, so you're getting more lots, I think it serves a need, and it's good for the community.
Are any of the points on here addressing city code?
Well, it's in the stipulations, I think.
Yes, I mean,
They are?
it's pretty holistic in the
All right.
conditions of approval.
All right, well, obviously, you guys have some work to do yet and some discussion to have. Well, it sounds like you're meeting tomorrow, so
Yes, we are.
that works for me. Do we have any other comments?
I got one comment.
Go ahead, sir.
I've toured the Del Webb community up in Maple Grove, Corcoran there, and the excitement up there is off the charts. What they've done
Yeah.
up there is fantastic. And I look at this as kind of, it's really an infill project, to be honest with you. And I'm looking at this, trying to figure out, is there a better way to align roads? And you're kind of stuck with bluffs on one side and a highway on the other side and existing neighborhoods there and park and trees and everything else. So I commend the developer and those that have been working on this for 2.5 years now and the layout of it. But also agree with sticking with our parameters that we've set out in the past. But it'd be nice to see a development like this built in our city.
I agree. Just to piggyback on what you said, I'm a friend of mine, a work friend of mine is on the city council up there, and they're very, very impressed with the neighborhood and very happy, so
I think it's a great
I
addition.
see good things
I think it's a
for
great
us as
addition, yeah.
Okay, that being said, can we, we'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Would you, for the record, read that?
Yeah. I'll make a motion to recommend the city council approval of the Pinnacle preliminary plat for 269 lot subdivision on 86 acres of land, subject to the following conditions, 1 through
41.
41.
Second it.
Commissioner Brass and Lacy, any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign, motion carries. Thank you very much. All right, now we'll move on to 7B on the agenda. Recommend the approval of the concept plan for the Sagewood 3rd DR Horton PC number 2020-06.
Hey, Commissioner, I'm chairperson.
Oh, I'm sorry, you are correct. Go ahead, Commissioner Olson.
I live on Sophia Drive, so I'm going to recuse myself from this vote.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Don't go anywhere, we need you back later.
Probably not.
We still got some empty chairs up here unless you prefer to stand, but otherwise, come on up.
I think the problem is the exponential growth. It's like mathematics.
Let everyone get settled in a little bit.
All right. Okay, Liz, I guess it's all yours.
Thank you. We've got a concept plan application in front of you tonight for Sagewood 3rd Edition, that's being proposed by DR Horton. I first wanted to kind of reiterate what the City of Chaska's planning process is, as most of these developments kind of go through Planning Commission and City Council approval, what really is kind of the structure there. So with any planning application that comes in, specifically new residential subdivisions, they are required to go through a 3-step process with the city. And that is each step is both looked at by the Planning Commission and the City Council. So with each step, you're getting basically 2 reviews and recommendations and approvals by the Planning Commission and City Council. So you start with a concept plan. So any developer comes in with a concept plan, which is more of a high-level application process with the city. It basically introduces the project and kind of the main points behind it, There are no technical drawings as a part of this first step process. It's more so, again, introducing the project and starting to high level bullet point out some of the major pieces of the development for the developer to take back into their second step. So the second step is their preliminary plan, which is usually a preliminary plat and rezoning. And this is the more technical review process, so the developer is providing technical drawings, they're providing civil drawings, architectural drawings if required, and then get more into the nitty-gritty of code compliance. And so it gets a little bit more detailed, and at that point, the developer is about 75% complete with the development of their plans. They're utilizing the information they're getting from the concept plan and bringing that forward in their preliminary plan. So that's the second step. Again, that goes through Planning Commission and City Council approval for that step, which will then kind of inform their final and third step of the process, which is for the final plan. And that, again, usually encompasses a final plat if it's a newer subdivision. Again, that's also looking at the technical drawings again, but at this point, the developer should be dotting their i's and crossing their t's, wrapping up those ancillary comments and details that have been informed through the process. So at that point, it should be a fully cooked plan, and by the time they get approval, good to go for building permit issuance. So just wanted to highlight that in the front end here. So tonight, again, we're looking at a concept plan for a piece of the Kelzer Farm site, which is located adjacent to the existing Clover Ridge development. We have Angler Boulevard on the south side of the site. Abutting farmsteads also are on the south side. Kelzer does own another big piece of farm property in between the data center industrial park just to the south there. This also will be developed into additional business park data center type uses. Again, we don't have that in place quite yet. And then Clover Ridge essentially comes off of Angler Boulevard here, provides access to multiple different little neighborhoods within that, including a school and so forth, and basically stub streets on the westernmost edge of the site. It got cut off here, but Pioneer Trail is on the north side here, so Clover Ridge also does provide access onto Pioneer Trail and gains access to the different neighborhoods within there. Here's a more zoomed-in perspective. Again, we can revert back to these if we need to in the midst of our discussion here. But just showing, again, where they're proposing to start the development here is basically where Clover Preserve Lane and Sophia Drive are stubbing off on the border of Chaska. It's important to note that the area that we're looking at tonight is in the orderly annexation area of Laketown Township. This annexation area has been put in place for many years, reverting back to the late 70s and early 80s when it was put in place. So there's always been this intention that there will be area within Laketown Township formally annexed into the city of Chaska. And this is just a portion of some of that area. I did want to go through kind of a timeline or a background of kind of all the pieces that kind of led up to where we are now with this piece in particular. And I'm going all the way back to October of 1999. That was when the city's 2020 comprehensive plan was formally adopted by the city. Again, our comp plans are guiding documents in terms of how land use is to develop. About a year after that, in October 16th of 2000. Engler Boulevard was improved and utilities were put in along that stretch of street, which then triggered assessments on that road and assessments onto the Kelzer farm, who benefits off the access of that road. So they were given an assessment for the improvements done on Engler Boulevard. And then it was May 15th of 2000 that the Clover Ridge Concept Plan was originally approved. And that was the overall document guiding kind of the development of the Clover Ridge development. And then it was in May 20th of 2002 that Clover Preserve Second Edition, the final plat was approved. And that basically encompassed the lots that are on Sophia Drive. So a subsequent area that is kind of in the overall site vicinity of where we're proposing tonight. A couple months later, in September of 2002, the Kelzer Farms and the city of Chaska signed a settlement agreement for the assessments that were on the Kelzer Farm piece. Essentially, that settlement agreement basically dictated the land use over the Kelzer Farm land. Basically, amendments were going to be put in place with the comp plan to help facilitate the payment of the assessment that's on the Kelzer Farm. So the city signed an agreement with the Kelzer Farms, which also included the amendment of the land use for the Kelzer Farms to include, just because this plan is here, to basically amend this area here to be low-density, single-family residential. So that was a part of the settlement agreement done in 2002 to help pay for the assessments that were placed on Kelzer Farms. And then subsequently, shortly after that, that's when, in December of 2002, the 2020 comp plan was amended to basically apply that amendment that was agreed upon in the settlement agreement to show this new land use category called out for the Kelzer Farms. And then approximately in the year 2003, due to the change over here, there were signs installed at the edge of Kelzer Farms. Basically, the ones that's shown in the picture on the top right here were installed along the edge to inform residents that there will be additional development happening on the Kelzer Farm site. And then it was April 16th of 2003 that the first home was sold on Sophia Drive. And then the last home was sold on June 15th of 2003. And then getting back to the Sagewood development, we're going back to May of 2018. That's when the first concept plan was approved for Sagewood. And that basically encompassed the continuation and termination of Cloverfield Circle here, and then to the north off of Clover Preserve Lane and the two cul-de-sacs there. That first concept plan encompassed those two areas. And then it was in October of 2018 that Sagewood final plat was approved, and that was for the Cloverfield Circle plat. And then April of 2019 is when Sagewood's second final plat was approved, and that was for the northern side on Clover Preserve Lane. So this is the timeline if we need to reference back to it in terms of kind of the order of pieces kind of being put in place out there as they relate to this development tonight. So again, the concept plan request is for 83 single-family lots within this yellow area that they're proposing. The use that they're proposing is consistent with the guidance of the comprehensive plan, as well as the Clover Ridge concept plan that was put in place out there. So both of them showed these areas consistently how they are today. In terms of existing conditions out there, the overall site that they're looking at, again, is highlighted in red on this exhibit here. The acreage is 42 acres in size. As I noted before, it's in an orderly annexation area within Lake Town Township. So it has future, or has always had that future understanding that it would be a part of the city of Chaska. There is a creek that runs along kind of the western edge of their subject area and basically dissects the area into two different areas, north and south, is kind of how we have it referenced. So when we say the south area, we're talking about the area that directly abuts Sophia Lane, Sophia Drive and Clover Preserve Lane. And then the north side is basically as you cross the creek and will access that additional area. The south area has a significant amount of trees that are what we would consider significant in quality. These are mainly oaks and maples. Mainly oaks, I would say. There's a prevalence of oaks out there that are large in size. And then it's also worth noting that there is a heritage tree pretty close to the site vicinity. It's not within this subject site area. It's right on the cusp of it, but it's one of the city's well-known oldest cottonwood trees within the city, and it's planned to be preserved since it's not within the subject area. Again, noting that there are current street stubs that basically access the site from both Clover Preserve Lane and Sophia Drive. They've also noted that there are very poor soils on the south side of the site, so because of that, they will be locating one of their stormwater ponds within that area and not building on it. This is the proposed site plan for their concept plan. Again, 83 lots total is what's proposed as a part of this plan. So they're showing 23 lots on the south side here and then 60 lots on the north side. As you can see, there's extensions of both Sophia Drive and Clover Preserve Lane that provide access into the overall neighborhood, which then come to a point of crossing the creek on the north side, which would provide access to the additional 60 lots. There's multiple cul-de-sacs in this area that basically stub off this development on the west side. We did want to note that the westerly cul-de-sac shown here should be rounded off to basically show a discontinuation of that roadway and just provide a more natural bend in the actual road and close off the neighborhood there. There is a railroad on the north edge of the site. This is the Twin Cities and Western Railway. They have to meet a 50-foot setback from there, but in addition to that, screening will be important on that north side to help buffer the neighbors or the residents from the use of the railway. The developer has also indicated that they will be adding another park space as a part of this addition to the development. They've kind of indicated that it could happen on somewhere in the south side here. It's not quite known yet. Obviously, where opening and good access will be provided is kind of where they'll dictate the location of this park, but they do plan to incorporate another park space as a part of this overall plan. They also incorporated one in their first and second editions in between both development sides, and again, with the added growth over here, they felt it was necessary to add an additional private park space. I've also included a couple photos of some of the housing styles that they provide out there. This is consistent with what they provided in their first and second edition, so they'll carry that through into this third phase. The developer has also put together a tree survey as a part of this concept plan submittal. It's not required at this step in the process, but to get a more proactive approach on it, they have taken the liberty to provide one. So that survey did show that 141 trees were surveyed on the southern portion of the site. Again, these are mainly oaks, which we would consider significant trees out there. I've also included the concept plan that they're showing, just to reference that they've started to look at some tree preservation areas within the development itself. So they've created several outlots in between the Sophia Drive and newly created lots here, and then some openings between the homes here to help with tree preservation. Something that we also did in the second edition more so is looking at the ability to incorporate trees into the backyards of some of these homes that fall outside of outlots that encompass these areas is where they could do additional preservation efforts within the backyards of these lots. So that'll be something that they have to address in their preliminary submittal, is how they plan to look at some of these trees. Obviously, grading and those components have to be taken into consideration with where we can do additional tree preservation efforts. We don't want to set up a tree for unsuccessful outcomes if the grading doesn't allow for it. So again, until we kind of have a grading plan to look at in the preliminary submittal, we'll have a better idea of kind of where these additional tree preservation areas can occur. But from a first stab standpoint, we thank the developer for at least taking a look at where they could initially start those tree preservation efforts in this plan. Wanted to note that the developer did hold a neighborhood meeting on March 2nd, so not that long ago. We do encourage developers abutting residential neighborhoods more so to set up a meeting ahead of formal public meetings to go over the plan and project with the adjacent neighbors. It's a good way to segment into the actual public process. So we do encourage developers to do that, and DR Horton did do that as a part of before this application came here tonight. So wanted to note a couple of the pieces that we heard come out of that meeting. We might have additional concerns raised tonight as well from the residents, but the ones that we've initially heard so far are the amount of traffic and the conditions of the roads with this proposal, the overall density that's being proposed tonight, tree preservation, what's being done with that, and then there was a concern about the existing school capacities that, to be able to withstand this additional growth. And I just wanted to touch on a couple conditions that relate back to these concerns that the developer will have to meet and work on as they're preparing their preliminary submittal. Again, we don't have all the answers to these concerns tonight at this concept plan level, but it is important for us to understand the concerns and be able to use those towards the next step. So with traffic and roads, we do have a couple conditions, number 24 and 25, that relate to preparing a traffic study for the area, but also preparing a construction traffic plan as well for us to review. So that'll be required at the preliminary submittal. In terms of density, when we get back to that low density residential guidance for this piece, guided by the comprehensive plan, it puts a density of 2 to 5 units per net acre allowance within that land use category. And what they're proposing tonight is a density of 2.1 units per net acre. So they are within the threshold of a low density single family requirement. In terms of tree preservation, again, we have a couple other conditions laid out that help address that and have the developer to look at those a little bit more with what they're doing with that. And then as it relates to school capacity, unfortunately, we don't have too much say in this as that's a separate jurisdictional area. But just to comment on it a little bit, with the school and the city do have a working relationship in terms of the school does reach out to the city to understand kind of where these future development areas are so that they can understand where their growth is going to be. They are pretty well-versed in our comprehensive plan to understand kind of where those growth areas are going to happen. And with that, they start to plan for where future school sites can be. And one of those being in the southwest Chaska area because we'll be experiencing a lot of growth there. So the schools do look at kind of our overall growth plans to help prepare for the future and their expected growth within the city. So that's as much as I can provide insight on that item. In addition, since we're in an orderly annexation area, this piece will need to be annexed into the city of Chaska in order for them to move forward with preliminary plat and rezoning. So the second step in the process, that will need to be in place so that they can move forward with actual entitlements on the property. And it's come up before about whether or not this development would be incorporated into the Jonathan Association, although that's something that the city does not dictate. We're aware that this area is in Laketown Township and is not a part of the Jonathan Association delineation. So it would be up to the developer and the Jonathan Association to say whether or not it needs to be incorporated, but it's not a part of their overall association delineation, so it's not expected that they would be absorbed into that. They do plan to be absorbed into their existing Sagewood HOA, which they put in place when they came through for their first and second editions. So that's what's been iterated to us and what we understand is going to happen. So in conclusion, at this first step in the planning process, they have some items to work on coming from both staff and from resident concerns that they'll have to work on for their preliminary submittal. But at this time, we are asking you to make a motion to recommend approval of the concept plan for Sagewood Third based on the conditions that are listed in the staff report. I'm happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, the developer is also here if you have questions for them.
Okay. Questions for Liz?
I guess this is halfway for Liz and halfway for the developer. At different times when we've done parks, it seems to be a flat piece of grass with some type of apparatus for kids. I would rather see this park have the bur oaks in it and a small apparatus. I would rather not have the flat grass and so forth. And it would preserve trees. And to tell you the truth, it would preserve them better than just having a strip someplace. We have problems with oaks. If they're just left by themselves and not mowed underneath for the park, they get buckthorn. And buckthorn, we've had examples of this several places where buckthorn has totally invaded all the oaks. And people will just say, well, it's a shrub. The oak's big and it's above it and so forth. But the real reason why buckthorn is on the eradication list for Minnesota is that there will be no young oaks growing in the buckthorn. So eventually, the big old oaks will die, and there will be no oaks at all. So if it's a part of a park, and the little mowers out there, we will keep the oaks. And I'm just saying, think together with the trees and the park. That's not a real question, I'm just,
Statement,
I'm,
yes.
I'm hopefully educating people about buckthorn.
No, thank you.
Liz, and this might be a question for you or the developer, is this eventually, in the fourth, is this eventually going to touch County 11 then? Is that kind of the idea that they're eventually?
Connect out to it,
Yeah.
or?
Yep.
No. The way our comp plan guides this area is it basically stops at that edge there. There wasn't any plan to extend out to County Road 11.
And zoning changes at that edge, right?
Yes, it does. So there's a low-density residential guidance, basically, where the development is encompassed, and then basically along the edge, it turns into a rural residential greenbelt area.
Then that access would be somewhere else. So the potential impact for the existing neighborhoods is at maximum this development
Yes.
for
Yep.
cars.
That's Victoria, isn't it? What the orderly annexation, is that Victoria reaching down that far?
Here,
for-
or,
On the, where you say the changes?
no, that's still Lake Town Township.
Oh, it'll be still.
Yep, this, pretty much everything to the west of where we're to the west of Sophia Drive and Clover Preserve Lane, that's Lake Town Township, up until County Road 11 is the edge of the orderly annexation area.
Thank you.
Liz, can you comment on the Jonathan Association? As a community, we're unique because of the size and say the lineage of history of Jonathan. And could you comment on why Sagewood 1 and 2 are not in Jonathan?
Yeah.
And the dynamic there?
Sure. So when Sagewood 1 and 2 came in, basically at that time, the developer was given a choice from the Jonathan Association on whether or not they would like to opt in to their association. If they chose not to opt in, they required that they would provide their own park as a part of the development. So the developer did decide to do the latter. They decided to create their own HOA and then their own private park. So at that time, that was what they had to do to be in good standing with the Jonathan Association.
And has that always been the case as successive neighborhoods have been added to Jonathan? Have they incrementally had the decision?
No.
So, okay.
This was, from my understanding, this was the first time that they give them the choice. And from what we know now, I don't think they no longer give a choice to developers. If they're within the Jonathan Association area, then it sounds like they are required to opt in. But at this time when this came through, they were given the choice.
Okay.
So what does all this mean then, that we got from the Jonathan Association?
Yeah, they wanted to provide that as public information for you guys to review. So it's provided to you. But as far as we're concerned with the area that we're looking at today, it is in Lake Town Township, the orderly annexation area, which has been understood to be outside of the city of Chaska, outside of Jonathan Association jurisdiction, essentially. We've been hearing differently from the Jonathan Association that they have to opt in. And again, that has to be a discussion between the association and the developer. But from our understanding, this area in particular is outside of the city of Chaska, outside of the association realm.
One of the project goals stated in our materials is preservation of trees and buffer to existing homes. Have you worked with the developer to maybe reduce some of the scope of some of the lots, like the lots immediately that would extend off Sophia, or maybe some of the homes that are kind of plotted on your picture to the south? where most of the mature trees are?
So this is kind of the first stab at it and staff's first evaluation of it. So really kind of what's in the report is things that we need to work on for the preliminary. So there hasn't been other renditions shown other than this one. So again, that'll be something
So we
that-
don't know yet if they're amenable to that, to reducing lots.
No.
And
we
I
don't
think
know.
it
We don't know.
might, I think that's covered under point number 9. So,
So one of the homeowners is, concerns when they come up is going to be about the density of the housing. So you mentioned that the comprehensive plan, you defined it as low density, which is 2 to 5 units per acre. Is there a different classification for executive homes?
What do you mean by that?
I think that the neighborhood, and when they come up, they'll speak for themselves, but I think that they'll communicate is that the expectation of the homes at the end of Sophia were going to be executive homes at a higher price point than what Sagewood is. So is that something that would have been captured in a comp plan? So low-density housing,
Yeah,
2 to 5
generally
units, is it?
Yeah, generally speaking, the comp plan dictates basically the guided density for the area. It does not dictate the pricing of these homes. So that's what we use to understand if they meet the housing component or the density component proposed.
anything else for Liz?
This density that they're proposing is similar, isn't it, to what's on Sophia, or is it a little bit different?
I don't know what the density piece was on Sophia. I'd have to look back at the older approvals, so I don't want to
Sure.
name off any values right now that are
How about
assumptions.
the rest, Sage 2? Do you remember?
Good question. And the developer might actually have that
Yeah.
number available for us. I don't want to name off anything until we see it in writing and are sure about it.
Fair enough. I assume we might have a couple questions for the developer,
Yeah.
so we should give Liz a break. And developer, please come on up and identify yourself and.
My name is Deb Ridgway. I'm with DR Horton. And we're here to answer your questions. Again, this is a high-level plan. We're still working out the details. I know that there are concerns about trees and saving trees, and we're still working on that. As we learn more about the grading, we'll be able to determine the trees that we can save out here. And we worked closely with Liz on the first edition. We actually walked the site with her and identified trees to be saved and trees that went, and I think that worked out quite well. So we plan to probably do that same process with this one. As far as density, the 2.1 units per acre is I don't know exactly what it is for the first edition, but it is similar in that the lot sizes are the same, and we have the same kind of open space for ponding and those sorts of things. So I would guess that it's under 2.5 units per acre.
In the same type of homes and.
They're going to be exactly the same types of homes that we're selling right now, so it's just a continuation of what we're currently doing.
Okay.
Pricing will be the same, so.
It appears that one sold very quickly.
Yes.
It just, I mean, it was not that long ago. In your tot lot and all that stuff is still very rough.
It is, and we unfortunately ran into bad weather with the wet season last year, so the plan was to finish the playground last fall, but the wet weather prevented that. It will be done this year when the sidewalks go in, because we have to do a concrete curb around the play structure, so that will happen then. I was going to
Phase
say
two.
something and I just lost my train of thought.
Looks like phase 2 is what, 2/3 sold? I stopped by there today, walked into the office.
Yeah, so there was 55 homes in total in that neighborhood. We are 33 sold total, so over half sold.
Yeah.
Yep. And parade thus far has been very good for us so far, so.
I think I read in here, if I'm remembering right, that you're possibly looking at a park area on the south side of the creek.
Yes.
And is that just because it incorporates some of that tree land and you use that area?
That was the plan, that you indicated that we were going to save the trees and use that as kind of the park area. We're still determining grades and trees and all that, so it might move to the north side of the creek.
Yeah, I mean, for me, and a personal preference, I think majority of the homes are on, let's call it the north side
Yeah.
of the creek. And there's a couple of lots that I think, knowing real estate would be a little bit of a harder sell, like a corner lot that, the back of the house faces someone else's side house that is a nice, easy, accessible area. I know, obviously, you lose a house sale, but somewhere where it's more central for a park, because a lot of these homes are gonna be in your, do they start off in the 400s?
Yeah, they're in the mid 400s.
Fours, up
Yep.
to mid 5s probably,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Depending upon
By the time people
which
add on
elevation
to
you
it.
want,
Yep.
or you want the clawfoot tub or whatever, right? So, if you're gonna have families with kids, there's probably gonna be a decent amount of kids. And so I think, I personally like to see some sort of park either right next to the creek on the north side, accessible by both sides, so you don't have to, kids wouldn't have to go all the way down the street and around, get to a park, or
Sure.
somewhere more central.
Yep.
That's how I kind of look at that, and think you should try to figure that out.
Yep.
And then I also agree with Liz, just want to, just talking out loud, the cul-de-sac at the very end seems a little forced. A smooth curve, a continuation of, well, we don't have the name of the road, but I think you lose a house there too, unfortunately, but you'd have a nice big corner lot. Maybe you could charge a little bit more for that lot, have a little bigger house or some sort of a bigger floor plan.
And the reason why we did that was we thought the road was going to extend in the future. So
Oh,
that's
perfect.
why. So we'll rework the
that.
plan with the preliminary. Yep.
Okay.
Anything else at this level for the developer?
No, I mean, since it's a concept, I think, yeah.
Right.
We're here for questions. With
Okay.
me tonight is Corey and Fran with Westwood and Mike Sewell also with DR Horton. So, thank you.
All right, thank you. We're going to, keep in mind, we're at the concept level stage, but we're going to entertain comments. Please come up and state your name and address. We've got a lot of people here. I just would implore you that if somebody who came up before you said what you were going to say, don't feel the need to come up and say the same thing, because we want to make sure we get as many different opinions as we can without repetition, because we can go on forever. So please come on up and for the TV and for the record, name and address, and we'll entertain comments.
Hi, I'm Wade Sorensen from 1456 Sophia Drive. I'm here representing myself as long as a few other families on Sophia Drive. I did create a small deck. I've got hard copies if anyone would like. So, quick deck, I'll buzz through a few of the slides, not cover all of them. First of all, from a resident perspective, and this is probably well known to you guys, right? But some of the things that are concerning to us, and what is the role of the city here, right? Oh, thanks. The enhance and maintain the high quality of life for the residents, right? The stakeholders, which you guys call the citizens of Chaska, number one priority of the city according to the comp plan. Everything in this deck I have sourced from city documents. Nothing is really my opinion in here. Okay? New development, we want to have a positive impact on the community's quality of life, and natural resources should be preserved. and foundational components of the city's comprehensive plan. Thank you. Some of the concerns that we have, the biggest one that I have at least is going to be on slide 2 around traffic. And I understand this is the preliminary concept, so this might be premature, but one of the big concern areas, and let's be clear, I hope that we're all aligned to what the city looks at for residential street traffic. The guidelines in the comprehensive plan, the guidelines that every civil engineering company uses is 1,000 vehicles per day is an average acceptable quality of life metric, right? So that's the guideline that even in the comprehensive plan, the 2020, 2030, 2040 plans all reference that number, 1,000 vehicles per day. On slide 3, I talk about the impact of Sagewood 1 and 2 on local traffic. This is a copy of the spec consulting memo. They did the traffic study for Sagewood 1 and 2. And actually, if you look at their map, so Clover Preserve Drive, their metric initially pre-Sagewood 1 and 2 was 650 vehicles per day. Sagewood 1 and 2 added 400 vehicles. That was 41 houses that directly go off of Clover Preserve. That math is 1,050, okay? So it was convenient that their math, the chart, said it was under 1,000, but the actual math was 1,050, right? So and I know there's a recommendation by the city to do a traffic study, and so I hope that errors like this get caught in the future as we look at future traffic studies, because what could happen is on the next slide, considering 83 more houses, which are bottlenecked onto one city street, which is Clover Preserve. All these houses come out of Clover Preserve. So people on that street are going from 1,050 to 1,850. You're going to hear from a lot of Sophia Drive folks tonight, but the issue is not even just Sophia Drive. It's Sophia, Clover Preserve, Clover Field. All this traffic heads west and or east and to the south. So it's only going to increase as more and more development happens. So we got to keep that in mind as you consider this. This slide really repeats what I just said. Other than the key fact, on those streets I just mentioned, there's 180 houses. So is the quality of life metric for those 180 houses, is that less important than adding 83 new houses that are crammed against the railroad track? Just consider that thought for a minute. In addition, there's a significantly large amount of development plan for the northwestern portion of Clover Ridge. This is in the comprehensive plan. It's an explicitly area called out for significant multifamily housing. If you've ever driven by Clover Ridge Elementary in the morning, about 7:45, traffic is backed up to the roundabout. It's a mess. Traffic from that new area is going to route even more traffic to Clover Preserve and more traffic out Clover Field. This is going to become a huge mess. There's a fundamental design flaw in the roads here. There needs to be an exit to the west or to the south. We can't push all this traffic through these residential streets. It's insane. Okay, enough on traffic. Other folks are going to talk about this too, so I'm not going to bury this slide. Woodland preservation. In the comprehensive plan, the goal is to preserve as much woodland as possible. That's great. When this property was acquired by the city, the resolution explicitly called out the woods on the Kelzer property should be preserved. That was back in 2002. According to the developer, 60% of the trees are getting cut down. That's great. In case you haven't been to the area, so the picture on the left is the woods that were just referenced. The line dictates Sagewood 1 and 2 versus Sagewood 3. So Sagewood 1 and 2 on the bottom right, you can see the clear-cut area. And they left 2 small groves of trees. The other trees on the north part of that development, actually they don't own. The residents of Sophia Drive purchased those trees from Kelzer about 15 years ago. So the city couldn't touch those, or the developer couldn't touch those, so they had to pull their fields back a little bit more. Right, but to the left of that line, the majority of those trees are going to go. So just to put this into perspective, you know, right now, the whole left area there, all those trees are going to be going away, okay, 60% of them, and there's huge open space immediately to the left of that. So Why doesn't the developer and the city talk about this, and what is the right use of this land? A couple key things. So the city planner mentioned that this is consistent with what's in the comp plan. So from a land use perspective, single-family residential, sure, it's consistent. But there's a bunch of other components. I just mentioned woodlands, traffic, way above the traffic that the comprehensive plan references, the sewer line. The city explicitly states that this development is supported to the extent that it can be serviced by a gravity-fed sewer line. That's called out actually in the comp plan. The city planner referenced this in her memo, which she didn't cover tonight, but I'm sure you read it. The delineation of this low-density residential area was dictated by the sewer capacity. If you look at the city engineer's memo, that's not the case. So again, another area of inconsistency. The proposed area cannot be serviced by a gravity-fed sewer. A lift station is required. Ultimately, what we're asking for is long-term thinking here. Again, the city's zoning ordinance explicitly calls out, it says, piecemeal planning, bring a disconnected patchwork of plats, poor traffic circulation, and an undesirable atmosphere. That's what this development will bring to us. There's, going back to my first slide, find me what is the improvement to our way of life, our quality of life? How does this help anybody? Any resident of Chaska? This helps no one, right? Again, safety, quality of life, woodlands being destroyed, not following the comprehensive plan that this partially aligns to, other impacts, other developments, Southwest Chaska, all this traffic that's coming in. It's a mess. There are so many questions that I believe this should requires much more analysis before it moves forward. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Go ahead.
Did I say, I think it was yesterday? I'm at small. It was like small A short, something like that. There was a PDF attached to it. Do you remember that? So get back to the future impact.
Okay. Up on the overhead.
From an iPad?
Yep.
While we're getting set up here, folks, my name is Matt Smalley, 1477 Sophia Drive. Probably one of the first 3 houses on Sophia Drive. That's where we put our roots. Dropped a lot of money back in 2003, close to $500,000. And I'll show you the map. We did that based upon the premise, a map that was given to us, the whole Lake Town Annex being rural residential, which means, if I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong, city, but 4 houses for every 40 acres, right? Thanks. 4 houses for every 40 acres. That doesn't bother us, right? That's pretty good stuff. In fact, here was the plan from 2002. You can see this whole area in here. It's a different color, it doesn't show up well. You guys have the documents, you can pull it up. But, so, everybody on Sophia Drive put their roots down with the understanding that that was going to be 4 houses for 40 acres. Literally, and I pulled up my deposit check from the builder today, literally 3 months. Sorry.
Stay, just so for the TV.
Yeah, no, I hear you. 3 months before I gave a deposit check, the Kelzer amendment changed, which therefore changed that zoning. Your timeline was good, but it wasn't accurate. We were in our houses by the time those no dumping and this land is zoned for low density signs went up in our neighborhood, which is a matter that Kevin and Liz and I are still going to pursue because it's a big deal, right? Somebody effectively pulled the wool up underneath our eyes. It's a big deal. Secondly, I've been a pain in the butt to Kevin and Liz this week, so I just want to thank you. You guys have been extremely responsive and asked for everything and all the documents. I just want to thank you for that. Here's my ask. Wade went through a lot of detail, and I can't agree. Everybody from Sophia Drive is going to agree wholeheartedly with everything that he spent a lot of time putting together on. This concept needs to stop. The city doesn't know what it wants to do with the Greenbelt. Here's the 2030, 2040 plan. By the way, this is the map I was referring to where it's like Kelsar Farm, everything's green, which means a Greenbelt. 2030, 2040 plan. See that little tiny pocket of yellow? It sticks out like a sore thumb. And there's nothing in the 2030, 40 plan with respect to the rest of that area. Not a trail, not a road, not a bike path. No idea what's going to happen to the railroad, but yet we're talking about parks and oak trees. Stop. Think about the big picture for this Greenbelt. And what is the impact to the residences and the city? Stop the concept, reevaluate it. What are we doing with the Greenbelt, folks? Thank you. Any questions for me at all? Thank you.
No,
Appreciate
thank
that.
you. Oh, excuse me. Anyone else? Come on up.
My name is Patricia Lang. I live at 2430 Brinkhouse Street. It's directly off of Huntermark Road. And I'm feeling the pain of the Sophia People Drive because when my husband and I built in 1997, we had a similar experience. Our developer told us that everything to the west of us besides Clover Ridge Elementary was going to be single-family homes. And when you drive past Clover Ridge Elementary, you do not see that. So I think the city has done this time and time again with changing what they're telling people who are building and coming into the community, and then what's happening. So besides that, I'm actually here because I do work at Clover Ridge Elementary, and I spoke to the building principal today, sharing with him the impact of the traffic on Huntermark. So if you can imagine from 41 heading west on Huntermark, there is one stop sign. Every car on there is traveling faster than 45 miles an hour. 40 miles an hour is the speed limit. They stop at the four-way stop, there's a little driveway in, at Clover Ridge. We have 650 children, many of whom walk to school. We have 4 school buses. We have over 100 cars that come into that school building between 7:35 and 7:50 every day to drop their children off because they're concerned about them walking. And the reasons that is happening is because of, 1, the roundabout, and 2, the speed. Now we're going to add more homes that are going to come on that thoroughway. The school district welcomes the homes, welcomes the children, but there needs to be an alternate route away from Clover Ridge Elementary. So just on Thursday last week, I traveled between buildings. I stopped at the stop sign to watch the safety patrol, which included 4 children and an adult, and I watched a car drive directly through the kids out on patrol. It happens, the city has called, the police have come, they've monitored. It's a real concern. I mean, this is a big concern for the kids and their families that are accessing that elementary school. So really my challenge to you guys is to, yes, think about Chaska needs to grow and have new homes, but think about the current residents and think about the children in those homes as you make this decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'll be short, I promise. I'm Jen Stoltz. I live at 2901 Clover Preserve Drive, so I'm on the road that goes out to Pioneer Trail. And I just want to make sure that you guys do consider traffic. I know there's been a lot of talk, there's been a lot of great stats, but when parking is allowed on both sides of the street, and it is residential, it's not built for that amount of traffic that is being proposed. When you have cars on both sides, it's already a one-way street. You add all those extra cars that go really fast. it's gonna be a problem. You have the elementary school. I agree. I drive by there when all of the cars and kids are walking. It is a nightmare. So the roads are not built, they're not structured, and there's gonna be a lot of extra costs. It needs to open up on 11 or somehow not through Sophia and Clover. Thank you.
Anyone else? We know this guy.
Travis Olson, 14.
Keep it short. No, I'm just
1439
kidding.
Sophia Drive. Just a couple things. First of all, it feels that the developer is being opportunistic within the concept plan that was created 20 years ago. So the concept plan from when they redid the agreement with Kelzer put it at that space. I'd like to understand how that space was designated, because if that was because they thought that it was the high ground and it'd be able to tie right in with the gravity sewer, then right now the engineer's comment has nixed that. So this is the part where the concept side of things, besides the sewer, and then obviously the traffic study that was done with phase 1 and 2 just 2 years ago, already put it at its limit. And they didn't come forward with the traffic study right now with this one, because they know that they're already exceeding it. And they know that that was going to be the primary concern, besides the trees, that we have with this concept plan. So it's almost reckless that the developer was coming forward without answering those direct questions, because they did this traffic study for phase 1 and 2. And my third part is with the tree side of things. The one thing that did not come up in phase 1 and phase 2 was the agreement from the Kelzer, from the assessment agreement, that the trees would be preserved with the development. That was not brought forward in phase 1 and phase 2. That was new news to me when I saw that. And to see that we're continuing on in phase 3 and blowing through that last grove of trees is significant. And this is the chance to be able to go back to that original agreement that Kelzer had, and for the city to go back and look to see what really is the right way to do with the Greenbelt, because they also already have heard from the county that the county doesn't want to see an access to Highway 11. So what's the plan? And that's really the question, is what is the overall plan with that area? So, thank you.
Anyone else?
Hi, good evening. We might have to say good morning by the time we're done, but I'm Ann Careau, and I'm at 1466 Sophia Circle. So I didn't know, but I guess we were the first house. We weren't living there at the original time it was built. And I am so thankful to a lot of our other neighbors for bringing the facts and figures, but I just wanted to give your party kind of an understanding of the unique neighborhood experience that we've had on Sophia, and just leverage that to say how important your decision may be tonight, and advocate for a delay until further plans can think about traffic and all those considerations. We have been very blessed on Sophia to have the kind of neighborhood that you just always want your family to grow up with. We got the dead end, we got the cul-de-sac, we have kids playing night games and kickball in the street, and it's just been idyllic. We've been there for 11 years, and I can tell you for certain that you could make a movie out of all of the joy that our kids have had meeting neighborhood friends, hockey rinks in the backyards, and all of us just standing in the street getting to know one another and being neighborly, and often thinking about how we can build up our community. So I don't think that's unlike the rest of Chaska in many ways, but it's just to say how great this decision is. And for our kids, I really believe their whole childhood will be defined by Sophia before the development and Sophia after. I really believe that. And so, that weight is partly on your shoulders. So I ask you to consider it deeply. Thank you.
Go ahead, come on up.
Hi, I'm Tyler again. This is the one I actually came here for. 1459 Sophia Drive. We moved into Sophia at the very end of August. We have been residents of the Clover Ridge community since 2005. And by sweet irony or serendipity, I have a daughter named Sophia. We also have a younger daughter who attends Clover Ridge Elementary, and I may or may not have been the hot-headed SOB at the neighborhood meeting that was voicing some serious concerns about the school system. And my main concern is that the levy failed, all right? And while that is not your jurisdiction, that does not absolve you from considering the facts when granting the plan to go forward. Since I've lived in Clover Ridge Elementary has been at or exceeded its capacity, and the Clover Ridge Marketplace will ensure that in perpetuity. You are all familiar with the Clover Ridge Marketplace development, yes? High-density homes, an apartment. The blank stares on your faces do not provide reassurance, but thank you anyway. So that location will always provide foot traffic to the elementary school. When we reviewed this with the developer, I will say in the kindest terms that the throughway to the development was at least ham-fisted and at worst poorly thought out and unmitigated. Additionally, against the plan, and to not harp on the point too much, you guys talk a lot about preservation of trees, and that's cool. Like, I love the borax, I love the giving tree, I love all that stuff. But you're gonna mow down 60% of an oak grove. Now, that would be a historic oak grove that was developed for cattle. And what people may lack to understand about the Kelzer farm is that they survived the Depression by contouring their land. So the giant swale that's provided in the relief map today is contoured and has been focusing the rainwater into that stream. So the developer, I do not think, has an appropriate grade plan. They have a poor opportunity to move south due to poor soil conditions, and it sounds like we can't get a sewer in there. So if that's the case, or an improved sewer, apologies. If that's the case, I don't necessarily be incumbent on the taxpayers to grant something like this, because the infrastructure cost and ongoing maintenance may be too great compared to all other neighborhoods preceding that to the east. Which brings me to my last point about Jonathan Association. I'd like to thank all my neighbors here for making really awesome presentations and being prepared. I will note that my townhome community was most likely the most recent townhome community to sue the Jonathan Association to get out. Now, the reason why this developer was most likely offered the opportunity to opt in or opt out is at the time of 2002 to 2003, the board associated with Jonathan was trying to pursue dissolution itself, that it was unsuccessful at. So I'm really left in a quandary to understand what the difference between the end of Sophia Drive and the other side of the berm from me to the south where Sagewood starts. What the difference between that and not Jonathan Association is. Because they will use all the amenities to the east. Let's have no qualms and doubts about that, because all of the city, county, and Jonathan trails pick up to the east of that development. So what's fair is fair. These are the reasons. I'm not espousing anything new. These are the reasons we were given during the mitigations and the discussions with Jonathan on behalf of a judge in a chamber. So that concerns me quite a bit, that this neighborhood would just be outside that jurisdiction and not being associated with that fee, of which Jonathan needs dearly. I would hope you all are aware of the financial solvency of the Jonathan Association and the amount of infrastructure they support on behalf of the association, which in turn is on behalf of the city and its taxpayers. And then lastly, about stewardship for D.R. Horton. So when we bought at the end of the summer, we were told that the berm behind us, don't worry about it, we're going to plant it with trees. So you won't even see the houses behind you. And there's an empty space in there. As we went through the maps, there was an obvious empty space associated with the previous Phase 1, Phase 2 that is yet to be planted. It is my experience from being a homeowner and on the board of a homeowners association for in excess of a decade at this point, holding various chairs, seats, and commissions, that this developer most likely will wait till the very end of Phase 3 or whatever phase they decide to terminate at before they begin to repopulate and repropagate trees. This will probably be done because they exceed how many trees they said they would cut down or preserve, and they'll make it up some other way. Now, I hope you really seriously think about that, since DR has not been doing a good job with it, Phase 1 and Phase 2. We had a woman attend the neighborhood meeting on Culver Preserve, and she lost every damn tree in her backyard. And I apologize to my daughter, who might be up, for saying the word damn in front of you. But she did. She's got 0 trees. She's got 0 shade, where before she was in front of a grove of oaks and maples, and most likely deer, and most likely birds, and most likely cows. And now she's got a dirt hole. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, well, let's discuss.
Can we ask questions of the staff?
Absolutely.
Go ahead.
So, to the traffic, maybe you just cover some of the points to the traffic. Could the city engineer speak to the roadway designations and traffic flow through Clover Ridge development?
I'm not sure
and what a traffic study means?
At this point, we haven't looked at all of with where they're at in the process. What I can speak to is that as a part of the overall system, the regional transportation system via Hunter Mark, Clover Ridge Drive, the city's model did account for this area. But I think there's 2 different discussions which was brought up. One is, what are the impacts to the internal system? And at this point, without a traffic analysis, we can't really speak to it.
Could you speak to what Sophia Drive is from a classification standpoint?
Would be a local neighborhood street.
And is 1,000 vehicles per day, is that a criteria? We talk about comfortable community living. Is that something that would be included in an engineering traffic study?
Yes, it would.
So I think based upon the chart that was given, so Sophia Drive would still qualify, assuming that these numbers are correct, pulled from, the traffic study had to be done and confirmed with this, but.
Correct.
So Sophia Drive qualifies, it's still less than 1,000, not a negative impact of life. Schoolmaster's right on the cusp, Clover Preserve is fine, Field Circle's fine, but Field Drive and Clover Preserve Drive would breach that potential. And is Clover Preserve, would that be a local street, or would that be something different?
Clover
Collector?
Preserve would be also identified as a local street.
It would be, okay.
I think the big thing to remind as part of the comprehensive plan,
Can you speak up a little bit?
the numbers that were shared, really, Met Council is kind of the entity who sets the overall guide for transportation evaluation for numbers.
Yeah.
In terms of overall capacity of a roadway, a local street roadway, they can handle much, much more in terms of how much traffic they can handle.
Clearly, yep.
But I think going back to what was discussed earlier with the neighbors is that there really needs to be that internal discussion or that internal analysis of where do the trips come from, where do they go, which streets truly would be impacted as a part of the development, and that, you know, again, all of those things get determined as part of a traffic study. But again, speaking to just the overall regional system and how we viewed from the Transportation Comprehensive Plan, we look at really the collector roadways and say that, you know, with all of the proposed development or the regional, call it, or the local collector roads, can they satisfy the traffic needs? And the answer in this case is yes. They did include the development plan.
Yeah.
So we're talking about two different criteria. You're talking about traffic capacity versus quality of life.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yep.
And the traffic study and the construction traffic study, those aren't done yet.
It's a stipulation per the concept approval
Yeah.
that it has to be done.
I mean, that's a huge deal
Which is on every development.
on this one, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's on every concept, but
The big deal on this one.
this one, it's got
There was,
highlights on it.
There was a gal from the school, teacher, she's still here? Could you come up real quick? I got a question. So, I'm curious, because I used to be a resident in Clover Ridge for 10 years. And so I built a house there, I lived there, I strolled my babies around, walked around, I'm familiar with the traffic patterns. I sold that house, I built a new house over, you know, a little further north. I rented a house right off 100 Mark, and basically, by that roundabout, when I had 2 young kids, I rented temporarily for 6 months while I built my next house. Very familiar with it. I know it gets backed up, but I never sensed a huge problem before, and I was a resident there for 10 years. And so
Yeah.
my question gets into, I got 2 kids that go to Jonathan Elementary. And I was wondering, do you know how many kids attend Jonathan by chance, since
Well,
you're?
I think that the difference is that when you likely lived in the neighborhood, Clover Ridge was a late start school. So school started after 9 o'clock, so outside of the rush hour. Now Clover Ridge is an early start school, so 7:50, first bell rings.
Yep.
So the majority of traffic from every neighborhood, that's the high traffic time, right?
Sure.
And so, can you imagine how many high school kids live in those neighborhoods? All of those kids are also driving past the elementary school, rushing to get to first hour so they're not tardy and their parents don't get mad at them. So the change in the hours has made an impact, and I think that's probably the difference from what you saw as a resident back then to the change of start times. Because it definitely has impacted
Yeah.
the number of families who are not allowing their kids to walk anymore, they're driving them. So over 100 cars, literally 100 cars come through the single entrance of Clover Ridge parking lot and do the loop. It takes 3 adults to stand out there and safely exit or enter kids in and out of the building with the 100 cars coming through the Clover Ridge parking lot.
Okay, so that's fair enough. So what I was getting to, my question was, and I have noticed, because there was a point when we had the water main burst on Pioneer, and I had to go back through, so I live up by the town core, so I had to go back through Clover Ridge. I came down around and connected on a 212 back through Clover Ridge Drive and through the roundabouts, you know, I call it the Washington Monument. And so I noticed the traffic then. But my question is, do you know how many students go to Jonathan Elementary? Because that's where my kids go.
Yeah,
and
it
I'm
would be
just
similar, it'd be a similar number.
Because I'm curious, because I'm wondering if your school has exponentially more backup than like per se that one, because when I go to drop off my kids at school, it's a nightmare as well.
Right.
Like
And
it's backed up
The difference at
Pioneer, I gotta
Jonathan
wait
is they
15
have
minutes.
one walking entrance, so they have they have one safety patrol area, so the
Yeah.
parking lot, so they have fewer walkers than Clover Ridge because of Pioneer Trail. So Clover Ridge is a high walk zone school, one, because of the big apartment buildings and the townhomes and that structure that is now built around it. But then also, you know, the district has increased the walking zone a bit, so it's a larger walking zone than Jonathan Elementary. So you probably have more cars even going in.
It's a lot, and I'm just curious, like, I understand your concern, like, hey, we got the school and it's back up, but I'm wondering, is that really, I'm not trying to minimize the
Yeah.
impact, but is that really any different than any school in the system?
I
Because,
would say it is different for Clover Ridge. in comparison to the other elementary schools in the district because it's a higher walk zone.
Because the higher walk zone.
Yes, yep. Because of its placement. I mean, it's located in the center of a neighborhood. Jonathan is located on the north side of Pioneer Trail. There's
Yeah.
no houses north of it that, besides that town.
So you're more for the safety of the children versus the car impact, the traffic impact?
Well, I live right off of Hunter Mark. So when we first built in '97, I could enter, exit right or left on Hunter Mark. I'd go to the stop sign and make my stop. I could easily within 30 seconds.
Yep.
My average leaving from my neighborhood now is 3 minutes.
Mhm.
So if I leave between the 7:30 and 7:50 time for my neighborhood, I might wait much longer than that because there are no stop signs on all of Hunter Mark from 41 until you get to Clover Ridge Elementary. So every car is coming quickly. So just a few years ago, we had a neighbor who stopped at one of the multitudes of pedestrian crosswalks, just the white lines on Hunter Mark, who got rear-ended by the person behind him because they weren't paying attention. It's a real issue, the traffic flow on Hunter Mark and how it impacts the walkers of Clover Ridge Elementary. And this is gonna come the other direction, right? You're gonna add another 165 or more cars coming down Sophia Drive, and I imagine that either they're going to work, or they're driving their kids, or they're going to Target or Cub Foods. The main entrance is gonna be Hunter Mark. It's not gonna be heading south. There'll be a few people who are gonna go down and widen down to 212 that way, but the majority of people, because it's the fastest entrance, you go to 41, you go down to 212, or you go north to Highway 5, or you go into Upper Chaska or Lower Chaska. So Hunter Mark is gonna become the extenuation of Sophia Drive with the little jaunt.
Okay.
Okay.
I think that
Thank
answers it. Thank you.
Don't run away yet. I got a question for you. I'm a little, my kids are kind of long gone from the school district, so why is the biggest walking school starting right at the height of rush hour?
Well, I think just as we have grown, I don't sit on that, I don't make those decisions.
Yeah.
I'm down here. I think as the school district has grown, we're moving over 10,000 students during the day. They had to look at logistics, and it becomes a busing transportation issue. So they're looking at, we have the early start, elementaries are 3s. Early start, mid-start, late start. And Clover Ridge moved because to accommodate both middle school start time changes and high school start time changes. And so, I can't answer that, but it's the reality. It's not gonna change. We have all those kids who are walking, and really just from a human standpoint, I have for many years seen cars not mind safety patrol. And that's a huge worry. Last week I was like, I'm trying to grab my phone and snap the license plate because I'm gonna make the report that this car, imagine the adult is waving the stop sign in the center of the road and just drives right by. And so, the reality of our world is we're all busy, and so your job is to make sure that the busy people are still safe, right?
Does the school district engage the city staff, during the course of
Thank you.
setting school schedules? Does the school district engage city staff as far as input on traffic patterns during setting of school? Which schools are going to open early as compared to middle or late? That's really relying on the bus company?
And so I just want to verify with Liz, with the city, it's a little bit of a tough one. So the land is guided low residential. I know things change. Maybe 20 years ago it wasn't, and that's part of a growing city, and comp plans change, and you put them out there, and things aren't always the same. I lived in Clover Ridge, just to speak to the crowd. I lived in Clover Ridge, and I had a house that looked over the pond, that looked at the intersection of Engler and Clover Ridge Drive, and it was nothing there. There was no 212, and it was hawks, and I could watch them all day, and Engler was one way each way, and then 212 came in and I loved it, but then there was a light, and then I was, an office building was gonna happen in Hy-Vee, and so I decided to move. But someone else bought my house that loved that spot because they want to be close to the amenity in the highway. So I do get things change. So I just want to understand, I mean, it's tough because the landowner has the right to sell property if it's guided correctly, and a developer has the right legally to own it or to buy it and develop it. We do that, take into consideration the traffic and different impacts. And so it is guided correctly. I mean, it is a part of the master plan, the comp plan. It has been out there and known that it would be housing. Is that fair to say? Okay.
At this point, being that we're in the concept
Yeah.
stage, and we have lots of
Yeah, it's 25.
provisions, and 24 and 25 being probably two of the biggest ones right now, in my mind, there's no reason not to adopt the concept plan.
Well, I agree. I mean, I think some of this has to be vetted out, right, since we are
Yeah, well,
at
yeah,
concept.
you're right,
yeah.
that's what the step, and the thing for everybody to remember too is, you can all come to the city council meeting right here on March 16th and say the same thing again. And then, of course, there'll be, after a lot of stuff is worked on, there'll be a preliminary plan, and that's when that's when the traffic questions have to be answered. We have to be in the numbers have to be right. And, I mean, just in reality, that's how it works. There's actually 1, 2, 3, there's at least 3 or 4 more chances before we get to a final, right, Liz, or Kevin? Yes. If you consider the city council meetings in there as well.
I do think we do owe to try to gather some answers to some of the questions in this concept.
Absolutely.
Stage, though.
Yeah.
Well, and they have
Well, that's
project
what the
goals
point-
listed, and we
Yeah.
can go through
Yeah.
all the traffic and all the
And
other
that's what
studies.
the point is.
But
Yeah.
they're still probably not gonna meet half of their project goals, so maybe is the concept just not a good enough concept? Is it just a little too forced?
Yeah.
We can probably get a better concept.
But
But that's the next stage of the process.
Yeah,
is
but
my
I
point.
think to Mr. Smalley's point, he had some questions. The green belt, what is the green belt and how does that relate to what is shown on the map? The other question that I think that deserves, a response and some context is the sanitary sewer.
Yeah.
In relationship to the green belt, the comprehensive plan pretty much lays out the direction there, what's allowed, what's not allowed. This area that you're looking at is not inside the green belt. It's guided low-density residential. And so there is not confusion. Did it change in 2002? Yes. And this area was re-guided into low-density residential, but there are processes all the way along where properties are re-guided, whether we're updating a new comprehensive plan or whatever, and there are changes that occur. It is not a static document that never changes. A comprehensive plan is a living document that changes over time and reflects the current needs of the community, and the council made the choices at that time to include this in the low-density area of Clover Ridge, and that is what we're still under. And as Liz prepares her reports in relationship to that, I mean, that's her measure that she has to follow, because that's been decided. And so if you look at what was there before versus what's there now, is it different? Yes. Is that confusion? No. That was a logical might be not the right word, but it was a determined decision by the city council and an informed decision at that time about what they were doing, and they made a choice, which is what they're elected to do, is to make choices on behalf of all of us, and that's what they did. And you can like it, dislike it, be indifferent to it, but that is the choice that they made. And that's still the choice that in the 2030 plan and the 2040 plan was not changed. And so as Liz prepares her staff reports, that's really what she's bound to carry out and measure against as projects move forward.
In the sewer?
Yeah, and I'd marry off of what Kevin had said too. I mean, included in the engineering report, because of the fluidity of the comp plan, we do have areas where lift stations, do occur. Part of the overall city system is that we look at the overall capacity. And so the system in and of itself that this development would connect to has the capacity to serve the number of proposed units. And that's ultimately what it is that we look at from a very high level, and even before this concept moved forward, when the developer had approached us previously, it was evaluating, do we have the capacity? And the answer is yes. So generally speaking, if a lift station is required or is not required, in terms of development perspective, who pays for it, how do the lift stations get installed? Routinely, those are required as a part of the developer's cost. Yeah, actually, the uniqueness to this is that Sophia Drive, Clover Preserve, a lot of the area that's here today was ultimately programmed and is served by a lift station today. Yeah. So this property, unfortunately, as it got amended and things throughout the fluidity, I would say that unfortunately it just can't get served by gravity sewer, which ultimately is a reflection of the cost that goes with the property itself.
Mm-hmm. Right. I got a question for DR Horton, if you don't mind. So, I know it's not easy because we're bound, just want to point out to the commission as well, I mean, it's not easy because you're bound by the railroad, right? So this property, me personally, the last thing I want to see is, my question, I guess, is first, is any other access points been thought about trying to, so you can't get, is it not allowed on Pioneer? Is that the problem? Like there's the Pioneer, we can't get an access? Has there been any other thought of like some sort of other access that's not on Sophia?
You mean
or not
Angler or 11? No, Pioneer.
Or 11, yeah, 11 or.
Well, we did think about 11, but the city, with the green belt in the location that it is, that wouldn't extend that way. At the neighborhood meeting, some of the neighbors had brought up the suggestion of along the wetland, kind of along the railroad line, which is really encompassed by wetland. So to potentially do something through here, which would circumvent the neighbors, but because that's wetland, that would cause impacts. We had talked about a railroad crossing if Kelzer were to sell additional property. To get that is nearly impossible to get a railroad crossing.
Right, and that was my point too, is like that's super hard to get. And I don't know if I want kids in a neighborhood with a crossing.
Right.
It's not safe.
Right. So we are pretty limited with the creek location and, we're doing one crossing over that creek and just the general shape of the site and what's bounding it.
I think that's it, I guess.
I got a question for you too. So you were considering running this out to County Road 11 then, where that cul-de-sac comes out down there?
Through here?
Yeah.
Well, we don't control this property. This is a different property owner, but we've had conversations with him and his desire to potentially sell. But, we thought eventually this would get extended through in the long term,
Right.
not immediately, but in the long term.
If you're ghost platting it or something, you would assume that was.
Yeah, we just, yes.
Well, even, I mean, the situation is, even if they had a different access point, I mean, because according to these stats, Sophia Drive is still less than 1,000. I mean, the immediate roads still qualify underneath the quality of life. The more concern it sounds about the school, the backup, the extra traffic impact, kids walking, I completely understand all that. However, even if you have a different access point to circumvent Sophia, you're still gonna have that problem, right? So it doesn't matter where that, I mean, they're still gonna come back down around and probably take 100 miles. So, I mean, at the same time, it's tough because property owner has a legal right to sell the property. It's guided legally online as was residential. Someone has a right to buy it. I mean, if someone else owned that land, you'd love to sell it too. Like, you know, that's how it works. And so it's a
Well, the biggest
little bit
concern
tough.
is the road that Sophia and Clover Preserve feed into.
Right.
That's, to me, sounds like the biggest
Where the trees
issue.
are, where all the trees?
Yeah.
Well, we could keep more
Clover.
trees and
Yeah, we
have
could
less homes,
Yeah.
and there'd be a little less on the traffic impact. It's probably gonna get developed someday at some point, you know, to your point. We
Yep.
have the legal right to sell, it's zoned for residential, it's just the concept before us today has a lot of lots where maybe we should ask for less.
Yeah. Preserve some of those trees.
Preserve a lot of the trees on the south and just try to have more of the homes just on the north side.
Do you mind, can you pull that door? Closed. It reminds me I haven't vacuumed yet. Yeah, absolutely.
Would the builder mind coming back up? Just, yeah, I just feel like there were a lot of questions through the course of the
Sure.
eight people that came up, and I want to make sure we get them addressed, so that they've sat here for nearly 2.5 hours before we started, and it's now 10:30 at night, and this is important. So I think it was Tyler, I didn't catch your last name, but he really questioned D.R. Horton's stewardship. And could you comment on your plans for providing the
Yep.
screening for the properties?
So the trees that, and you can't see it on this plan here, but to the east of the proposed property, there's the buffer area between the existing neighborhood on Sophia and then the new Sagewood neighborhood. There is going to be some buffer of trees, which we did not plant last year. We are planting them this year because there's some special seeding. There's a native seed mix that's going down, and we had to prep the site before that could happen. So that is happening in the spring, and then we'll follow with planting the trees.
Okay.
And then there's a 3-year maintenance plan that occurs with that planting, so that the seed can establish.
That you guys are responsible
That
for?
Horton is responsible for, yes.
So will you
And then
make
the
sure-
long-term maintenance would be the HOA.
Will you make sure that happens? Because you have to come before us 2 more times.
Yes,
Or we're
we
going
will,
to ask about it.
absolutely.
Okay.
And then there was a comment about the Jonathan Association. We did look at Jonathan when with the first phase, I actually sat down with the management company and just talked through some things. We, at the time, didn't believe that we could even be added to Jonathan because we were not listed as additional real estate for that association. And to bring in additional homes, there would have to be a vote of the membership in order to do that. And Horton was not willing to pursue that, so we created our own HOA.
Yeah, and specifically for this stage, it's not even right now at Chaska land. So that's clearly not part of the Jonathan jurisdiction. I do want to say for the record, I mean, I've been a resident for a long time here, lived in Jonathan. It's messy. The whole thing is messy with, I mean, obviously there's a lot of history here, people suing and everything going on. I pay Jonathan, but yet someone from the city can come use my stuff, I can use their stuff. But I mean, it's kind of a mess. But it is what it is. It's just part of what, happens. You kind of have to just move forward on that, but I do want to point out, I mean, I can see the frustrations on that.
How often,
And Jonathan gave you the.
how often do you meet with the neighborhood association?
So our neighborhood, so right now, we only have 15 homes that live in our association. We have not had an annual meeting, but we do, it's an annual meeting with the owners.
Or with the neighbors of Sophia?
Oh, you mean
Do
with
you ever
this?
have the opportunity to?
Yeah, we met with them when we brought forward the first phase of the development, and then we actually met, there were some drainage concerns with the neighbors. So we met on site with them as well, and I email back and forth with a few of them and different concerns.
Well,
that
the
they
reason,
have.
the reason I asked that question, this last clarification on the berm and the screening,
Right.
that seems like an answer that you didn't, you both didn't have to come here to get if you're meeting with them. And I would just recommend that if you have the opportunity to meet with the residents of Sophia, that the sharing of information, if you have a solution, it needn't wait till the second Wednesday of every month for them to find the answer out. And so a lot of problems might get resolved before you get here, and then we can spend our time on things like access and things that are more prominent.
Okay. Thank you.
And
Anything else that?
I just have, not for you,
Okay.
thank you, I appreciate it.
Thanks.
And I think I just have one more. Mr. Olson asked, and I really wanted to provide him some satisfaction, was he inquired about to give some history on the assessment agreement with the Kelzers and how the property and density was chosen. How was that shape of the property that outlies the rest of Clover Ridge development into Lake Township determined? I think
It
that
was
the
in
nature of the question.
relationship, can you bring up the sewer map? Zoom it one more time if you could, if it's possible. Okay, that's fine. The lower right kind of shows the sewer area maps, and that was an area that had capacity that we could reach. And I wasn't involved with most of the negotiations relationship to, I was here when those negotiations were going on, but there were, the Kelzers owned considerable amount of land, and it was determined on how, what pieces were going to be guided what, because they wanted some assurance that they had ways to pay off their assessments, and not, that, oh, you're gonna assess me and then I'm gonna have to beg for some designations for my properties. And so they wanted some assurance that they had ways to sell land to, if they chose to pay off assessments if they wanted to go that direction versus just paying it without development. And so they've chosen kind of a couple routes. They've developed some, and still quite a bit they still farm in terms of the development. But this particular area was chosen because of its, there was sewer capacity there. When you move further west, the sewer capacity really comes up from the Creek Road, which still doesn't exist today in terms of having a sanitary sewer there. And so it was more immediate in terms of its ability to be serviced in the near term. And I presume that factored into it quite a bit. But I wasn't in the final negotiations. It was more attorneys discussing things back and forth than.
Thank you.
Got them all?
That's it.
Yours?
Yeah,
Okay.
thanks.
Anybody else? All right, well, we're at that point, so I would entertain a motion at this point.
Well, I think I think it's appropriate to maybe make some modifications to the conditions that are listed in the report.
I agree.
Condition number 24 is relative to a traffic study. I think just provide an extra clarification that it needs to be a new study as part of Phase 3, and you can't submit a study from prior phases. I think there was concern about that.
Good point.
Conditions 8 and 9 are relative to preservation of trees, and I really feel like they need to make a real effort. It's not a change to the condition, but really a caution, make a better effort to save some of the significant trees there. I'd like to add a condition, if you guys are amenable to that, to require an additional park. I think it's listed that they're thinking about it, but this is a lot of extra homes, and I think there's concern that this new development will use Jonathan Parks. Well, by incorporating an additional park might help with that. So
I agree with that 100%. I don't, rather than not pay a park dedication fee, I think there should be a park, especially for the amount of children that are gonna be in this neighborhood. So I would be amenable to an extra condition.
It's both.
that's all I have.
Or it could be both.
What was that?
Or it could be both.
Could be both, yeah.
That's all I have.
All right. And
Yeah, I
the tree, that was 8 and 9, right? With the
Yeah, so the
yeah.
tree, the provision to keep some of the trees, I don't know if I want to put an exact number on that. I don't think it's appropriate at the concept level.
No.
But I do caution as well, if this is going to get through to preliminary plat, I think there needs to be a better way to keep a good chunk of those trees, especially in the south end. And maybe that might mean less homes. And I know, I understand the whole transaction details. Maybe that means a little less purchase price to make the whole development work. And so that, there might be some reworking there. But I get the ramification of it. I understand what that entails. So I would caution as well that we're going to need to see some more trees being saved.
Is it, would it be, might be a good idea for us to table this till the next meeting? I mean, I understand this is real high view, this is concept plan, but the pictures that we're looking at here, the roads are gonna change, we're not sure where the parks are gonna go. There's a lot of changes still to be made, even in the concept stage, and I'm not real comfortable moving this forward until I at least have a picture of what I know I can work with.
Can you guys comment
The
on timing?
conditions that we've added and modified, but I'd second what you just said. It just feels like we need a new concept.
It's
politely
hard to do a new concept, I mean, for us here. I agree that this is not the best, but we have no idea at all about the grades. And just for us to say that there can be something done better, we don't know what the grades are, and that's going to make a world of difference. And I think it would not hurt to say, to relook at your concept plan, but for us to say there is a better one, I don't think we can do that.
Right, I agree. I guess I politely disagree. I think there's enough here as a concept, and you need to move forward past concept to do topography, grades, get into the engineering aspect of it, to come back with a preliminary plat that's been worked out with the city.
Well, and this is the normal,
This is the normal procedure.
yeah,
and
this
so
is
I think
the
with-
SOP for between
Again,
concept and preliminary.
Yeah, and I think with Fisher Bovey's addition to the park and to our caution about the trees, I mean, I think there's enough here on concept. You need to get into the engineering aspect to understand what it really looks like when it comes back. Because we've seen concept plans and then it comes back and it's
Quite a bit different.
Quite a bit different,
Yeah.
based upon our
Absolutely.
talks. And so I would expect to see something much better when it comes back, but I don't, just to have them do that at this point, I think is also unnecessary. I'm part of the developer, just to say, try it again. I mean, that's part of the process is going forward.
All right, well, I'm still
ready to entertain a motion.
All right. I'll make a motion to recommend to City Council approval of the Sagewood third concept plan for an 83-lot subdivision on 42 acres of land in the orderly annexation area of Laketown Township, subject to the 25 conditions plus the addition of the park condition. So that would be 26 conditions.
And that's wanting an additional park, just to be clear.
Correct.
Yep.
Yep, and again,
And we're
cautioning with the trees.
exactly
changing wording
putting
in
a
8 and
spotlight
9.
on 8 and 9.
I think it covers that provision of
Yeah.
further evaluate the tree,
Yeah.
and that's where we gotta
Yeah.
rely on the city to
Okay.
feel like they, when they come back between now and then, the city would feel if they've done an effort to make more trees. I mean, I think the language is there, to further evaluate tree preservation efforts.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Motion by Bovee, second by Cross. So any more discussion before we vote on that?
Just hope we see a better preliminary plan.
I agree. All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
All right. Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for coming and spending the time.
Do you think we could have a 5-minute break before we dive
Yeah,
into
can we-
the last
Sure.
one?
Let's do that.
I don't know why not. Yeah. Let's just do it. Yeah, let's do 5 minutes.
Come on, I'm just coming back up.
Yeah.
Will you try words?
know if I needed to do that, but we are back.
Sounds good.
Looks like I really know what I'm doing there. Okay, we are now to 7C in the agenda. Recommend approval of the concept plan for Oak Ridge RCS-RCA, or I'm sorry, PCS-RCA, Oak Ridge LLC, PC number 2020-07. Liz, you are on again.
Thank you so much. Got our last and final application for you tonight for another concept plan for the Oak Ridge site. So to give you an understanding of kind of the overall site that we're looking at here, Oak Ridge Conference Center and Hotel currently exists on the site. It's off of Highway 41 on the western side, kind of more so in the northern parts of the city of Chaska. We have McKnight Lake and Big Woods Lake that basically encompass the west and north sides of the overall site. We also have the Twin Cities and Western Railroad abutting the southern side, and then adjacent industrial properties more so on the eastern side. So we're looking at basically the remaining developable area of the Oak Ridge site. So to get into the background here, it was in December of 1987 that the concept plan, the rezoning to Planned Multi-Use District 5, the preliminary plat and the final plat were all approved together for the IDS Learning Center at 170,000 square feet of buildable space with a total build out of 199,000 square feet. So they have since that time built the 170,000 square foot building. The remaining area around the Learning Center has since been vacant and undeveloped, so we are looking at that remaining area. And then it is important to point out that the IDS Learning Center did change use to be the Oak Ridge Conference Center and Hotel that it is today. So that's how it currently is being used. So we are looking at a concept plan again to develop out the remainder of the Oak Ridge site. And this one's going to be multifaceted with the different uses that they're proposing on the site. So I just want to make sure we're kind of being clear about each area here. So the concept plan would be for the new construction of a senior living campus that would encompass 3 different buildings. It also proposes a market rate multifamily housing building, 1 retail building, and then they are also proposing to keep the hotel and conference center use intact as a part of this. So the site is already zoned to Plan Multi-Use 5, PMD 5. And the comprehensive plan guides this area to be business park. So I think it's important to understand kind of how they've gotten to this point and kind of the guidance that they've been receiving based on how it's guided out there zoning and comp plan wise. As you noticed in the concept plan attachment is they did provide some other site plan options that they explored kind of along the way of this site, subsequent or prior to what they landed on tonight. So looking at how the PMD and even the comp plan guides this area, they looked at a lot of industrial options as that's kind of the strict application out there. And as you can note in a couple of the site plan options, they're pretty hefty, they're large industrial properties, and they would have met strictly the PMD standards and the comp plan guidance out there. But as you kind of look at the site a little bit more, you understand that it is a very unique site. It's got a lot of natural amenities, the conference center and hotel use. I think the goal is for it to thrive and to be able to be complementary to whatever surrounds it. I think the goal was to not bury it back there. And looking at the larger industrial site plan options kind of went into the realm of burying the conference center and hotel use. So it didn't feel appropriate for the site. It didn't feel appropriate for the natural amenities that are occurring out there. What could be other options to explore to kind of capitalize on what's going on out there? So the site plan that we see tonight is kind of what they've landed on, and from firsthand look, provides a better sensitivity to the overall amenities and current use of the site. Feels like a better fit in terms of the use. Here's an existing conditions plan. It's a little bit more simplified, just showing some of the topography and where the lakes and generalness of where the current building is there. This is a more high-level perspective as well, just highlighting some of the unique attributes of the site. The site itself is 67 acres in size, so it is a very sizable piece here. The hotel and conference center use is basically situated on the western side, and it was done so to take advantage of the lake views of McKnight Lake in terms of why they've located in the location that they're at. There is a current access point on Highway 41, kind of in the middle of the site. That is a full access there. They have highlighted a couple areas where most of the vegetation occurs on the site. So they've highlighted that in green, which is mainly on the west and north, and some of the south portion as well. It's important to see that the delineation of the site does not go right up to the lakefront or right up to the edge of the water. The city of Chaska actually owns those lakefront areas, and we currently have pedestrian trails along those edges. So it's important to understand that as we're kind of talking about circulation through the site and connecting into those pieces. And they've, the developer has highlighted those as unique pieces to tie into. I'll have a couple versions of the site plan to show you, but the first one here is, I think I brought in the wrong talking points, but that's okay. But this is more of kind of their site analysis laid over with their site plan option here. You know, they understand that there's beautiful views into the lake that they want to take advantage of there. There's connection points for pedestrians to utilize and connect into the overall system that's in place out there. So providing internal and outer connections is important. More so, putting the residential pieces on the lakefront sides was important to capitalize on those beautiful views. And then situating the retail more so on the Highway 41 side for that high visibility off of the road. So looking at those different pieces, they've found uses that would kind of benefit from the different areas and visibility and view vistas that you can achieve from this site. And here's another more simplified concept plan, just showcasing the different uses on the site. Again, the retail is in red. We have the senior living campus in yellow here, so that'll be a 3-building campus, and I'll kind of get into the details of what each of those buildings provide. And then the multifamily housing building on the northwest portion of the site as well. And all of this is shown to connect through kind of an internal spine here. They are showing a new access onto Highway 41 that will be an important discussion. They are also showing the existing access on Highway 41 that's more so in the center of the site. At the newer access point, kind of a first look at it, it does warrant a possible signal there to create safe and adequate full movement into the site, and based on what the uses are proposed out there is kind of what they're leaning against. MnDOT will obviously have to dictate and provide access and permission for this new access point onto Highway 41, and they will be letting us know what improvements will have to occur within that. So again, there's a central internal spine that provides access to all of the different uses, providing access to the northwest building. The retail component will have various accesses on there as well. Same with the senior living campus. The hotel and conference center will basically realign their parking, expand it a little bit more around the building itself to kind of fill in and provide movement to these other pieces. So that's something of note. And I'll kind of go into each lot in terms of details so that we can kind of delve into each independently. So Lot 1, when we say Lot 1, we're talking about the Oak Ridge Conference Center site. And I want to touch on each use and kind of how it relates to the zoning out there, piece by piece. So this use obviously meets the PMD5 zoning district. That district was more so created off of the creation of this learning center or hotel conference center use. So they meet the guidance and zoning out there. They are planning to keep this facility in place. At this point, they have not indicated that that's changing.
I have a quick question.
Yeah.
In traffic impacts, underneath the Oak Ridge Center concept plan submittal package, it says, in
That it'll
converting
change.
the existing hotel and conference center into a 131,057 square foot office space. Are they converting into office building or
No.
not? That I've missed?
At least at this time, we have been given full indication that it's staying as a hotel and conference
Okay,
center use
so that-
site.
Has changed.
They're probably putting that in there to understand the impacts of the traffic if it were to be changed to office. We do have some concerns with that at a staff level, just in terms of the parking that's
Yeah.
able to be accommodated on site for it to change over to solely office.
Right.
So that is one of my points in the plan, is that based on what they're proposing for parking, and if they were to change to office, it would have a huge deficit in terms of meeting our parking ordinance. So we've recommended that the current use stay in place as is, because it currently operates just fine that way, and the parking is suitable. But changing it to office without any significant understanding of whether or not that's going to happen is definitely a concern for staff for parking.
Yep.
And just to note on their site plan, we, with any multitude of uses or parking lots within a master plan, we do want those parking components and drive aisles to line up wherever they can. It just creates a better traffic flow and more convenient access points and so forth. So it's just something that we want the developer to work on as they continue down the planning processes, to make sure where those driveway points are located off of the internal spine and how they connect into or are offset to other driveway points. Lot 2, we're talking about the retail site, so the site that's abutting Highway 41. We did want to point out that as of right now, this use is discretionary to City Council based on how the zoning is set up out there. It does allow for retail, but certain components or certain retail uses have to be determined by City Council that it's compatible with the PMD5 district. So it will have to happen at the council level that they've come to that determination for the retail use as proposed is compatible for it to continue. What they're proposing on their site is a roughly 160,000 square foot building with a fuel station on the northeast side, kind of closer to where the new Highway 41 entrance is. So understanding kind of how those two pieces interact with each other and flow through the site is going to be important kind of in their next steps here. One thing we've kind of heightened on in other bigger retail buildings is this item of an outdoor gathering place for employees or users of the retail piece to utilize, either to eat lunch or take a break, or just have a rest, basically. So it's something that, again, we'll want the developer to take a look at and see how that can be incorporated into the site plan. And it's, we utilized Super Target and then also Hy-Vee, which is not built yet, but they both went through a similar requirement with their site plans, is to provide that outdoor gathering space. So we would expect and require that the same be applied here at this retail building. And because it's abutting Highway 41, there is a very strong encouragement and recommendation, well, more so a requirement about screening and the articulation on the building side of things of what's going to happen along that edge there. So they will have to provide us a landscape plan that touches on adequate screening along that edge, but also provide architectural plans that show articulation all throughout the building, and more so even on the easterly side there that faces Highway 41, since a lot of people will be seeing that building. Usually with bigger retail buildings, we do expect a level of loading docks to be incorporated with those uses. So we do have an ordinance that touches on kind of good practice design with those as it relates to screening, whether that be, it's more so incorporating an architectural screen that fits in with the building with potentially a level of landscaping as well as kind of good practice and what we've done in other locations.
Kind of what Target did?
Yep. We do utilize Super Target as a very successful example of being able to fit that in with the building and completely screen it from view from a very highly used intersection. So again, we'd have the same expectation moving into the preliminary with that piece. The parking, as I've noted in my report, there is a deficit of parking that they're proposing based on what we require for retail buildings. So we'll need to understand at the preliminary more specifics on the type of use that's being proposed there. You know, their background information on parking that works for their site. You know, when we get to the point of more specifics of the actual use, we'll get to understand exactly what works for those types of sites. So that'll have to be worked out with the developer on that piece. And because of kind of the big expanse of the parking lot, we do require planting islands within that, so they'll need to meet our ordinance regarding that. And depending on the overall use and size of the parking lot, whether or not they're going to have cart corrals within the parking lot, we'll need to understand how they fit in and are being taken care of on a daily basis so that they're not leaving out any carts during the nighttime. Lot 3, we'll be talking about the multifamily building on the northwest side. And this use is meeting the current zoning out there, so there's no discretion on that. They are proposing 150 to 160 units, 3 to 4 stories tall building. It'll be important given its adjacency to McKnight Lake, what the actual design is going to look like on that edge. There is a pedestrian trail that travels along the edge there, so what our pedestrians seeing is going to be important. They'll have to meet our design and materials ordinance for multifamily buildings. They are also required to provide a certain amount of usable open space for the residents to use of that building. So that will be another piece that they'll have to provide information and details on during the preliminary. Much like what we did with Lake Jonathan Flats on Lake Jonathan, given the vista of the lake, we have accepted rooftop gathering areas as an acceptable usable open space piece, and something we would definitely stress in trying to do with this building, given the viewpoints that they receive on that prominent corner of the site. So we would highly stress looking into that option for the building. And then this is a big one. The parking is deficit by 123 stalls based on 160 unit count. That's a huge deficit there, so we're pretty adamant that the multifamily building meet parking requirements for multifamily buildings. So, because at this point, we don't know the end user of that building, so it's very discretionary in terms of what happens there, but we would stress the importance of meeting our parking ordinance for that building. And then lastly, Lot 4 is the senior living campus. Again, this use also meets the zoning out there. We do actually have an end user for the senior living campus, and United Properties is proposing this portion of the site. And they will be implementing kind of a first opportunity here to construct 3 buildings that are all of different senior use. And this will be the first time that they'll be able to bring this to the cities to have a 3-building campus that provides all 3 of their senior uses. And you'll hear or even see in the narrative that they're broken up into 3 different pieces. So when they talk about the point, they're talking about a senior rental building for 55 plus demographic there. One of the buildings will be called Applewood Point for 110 units there, and that will be a senior co-op building. So essentially, all of the residents within that building all own a share within the building. So it's kind of an owner-occupied type use. So they'll have rental and owner-occupied. And then lastly, they'll offer Cherrywood Point of 120 units. And this will be an assisted living, memory care, and independent living facility that will offer medical services to the residents there. So it, again, the campus-like feel will offer kind of all those different types of housing that'll be available for, again, the senior 55 plus age range demographic, which will be an exciting new venture within the city of Chaska and serving that growing demographic that we're seeing in the cities. And a couple things, and a lot of these are redundant to the other multifamily building, but just understanding again that relationship to the lake, how are they connecting to it, and how are they designing the buildings to be articulate to that piece. They'll also have to provide a level of usable open space per our ordinance. For parking, they're only showing a 25 stall deficit, which is an extreme, but something we'll have to kind of work through, again, piece by piece with each of these uses to see where they land. And then since this backs up to Highway 41 and the railroad, it'll be important to provide screening along those edges. And then lastly, with the assisted living and memory care and independent living facility, it always brings up a question of what are the emergency service needs to these facilities, as sometimes they generate more emergency calls. So what is the understanding there depending on what services they offer? And luckily, we as staff were able to visit Cherrywood Point building here in the cities in Minnetonka. And we were also able to meet with the management staff there to understand kind of what they're able to provide for medical services there. And generally speaking, they are able to provide services that basically go above and beyond kind of what we're able to offer within our own fire department and police department. So they've kind of given us a comfortable response that unless they absolutely need emergency services, then they will be calling. But otherwise, they'll be able to do CPR and lift assist within their own building with staff that they have there. And then as it relates to traffic, again, we'll be able to delve into the details during more so of the preliminary. They do have to put together an EAW, and they've started the process on that, which involves a traffic study. So it's already being looked at, but again, until we get to the preliminary, we'll kind of understand more of the details and improvements that are going to have to be made, queuing and stacking components at the new intersection will be delved into as well. Hitting on that within the traffic study to address non-peak requirements for retail uses. And we mention that because with retail components, they tend to have a higher or more significant non-peak traffic impact. So understanding with the retail component on the site what that actually does to the non-peak impacts will be important, because that will also dictate length of turn lanes, stacking, and then the overall circulation within the site. So again, until we have those details, we'll be able to further analyze that information and what to do. And lastly, just a couple other random points to point out. Because this is a part of an overall development, they do plan to have kind of a consistent image throughout all of the buildings that are proposed and kind of tie in the conference center building as well. So again, we don't have most of those, or the architectural plans to go off of quite yet, and we don't get into that until preliminary, but it'll be an important discussion point as each building comes in. They wish to use Chaska brick and warm tones throughout the development, kind of consistent with what you see on the conference center site. And then providing a level of circulation within the development and how each site kind of connects into the internal spine, if you will, into each site as a whole. So they'll need to provide sidewalks and convenient access for pedestrians within the development. And in addition to that, they will be required to show a trail on the north side of the site to connect into the trail running along the lake. Since that is called out in our comp plan as a future trail connection, they will have to show that as a part of their site plan moving forward. They'll also need to do a tree survey and preservation plan in their preliminary, and that'll give us a better idea of kind of where those opportunistic areas will be for tree preservation. Like I said, they need to do an EAW and have that completed in a negative declaration of an EIS done prior to their preliminary plan submittal. And then in the future, or in a next step during the preliminary, we'll have to look at the current zoning out there and where it needs to be amended to encompass kind of the current plan of what we end up approving. It's a very open-ended zoning district right now, so being very conscious and specific to the site that we're approving will be important to reflect in that zoning document. So with that, we are asking that you make a recommendation of approval of the concept plan for Oak Ridge based on the conditions that are listed in your staff report. I can answer any questions, otherwise the developer is here as well.
I have a couple questions, Liz. So there's some parking deficiencies right now in concept plan, and it's a concept plan. With the current scope, some of the ways to alleviate parking deficiencies could be to build your own parking, maybe with some of the residential or the senior living buildings. Is there a height restriction?
For the
If they wanted to
multifamily?
stack parking and,
Oh,
residents on top of parking?
Not specifically, no. What we typically do with multi-level buildings, especially ones that have very high visibility to public right-of-way, is we need them to do basically a section analysis in their preliminary to show how the height relates to the overall context. We did the same thing with Lake Jonathan Flats to the south to figure out where people were comfortable at.
They probably won't want to build parking. That usually kills a lot of deals. It's not really economical for anybody, but it's a possible solution.
Exactly, yep.
And then the two accesses we have, the existing one, is that going to be in the same spot? Or is it going to be relocated?
They're showing it in the same spot right now, but again, MnDOT will be dictating spacing and
Yeah. And
limitation of.
MnDOT may come back and say it can be only a right-in or a
Right.
right-in, right-out.
They
Yeah.
could,
Okay.
so, yeah.
Is there, just so I understand the whole concept of this, is there one developer for all of this? Or are they?
No, they're pretty pieced off per lot. Each will have a different developer for it, or a different company that'll come in and propose it.
We're gonna have,
But they're gonna masquerade the site to get it ready.
there's gonna be, so there is a master developer.
Yes.
Is the master developer here?
Oh, maybe it will.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Just kind of understand how this is gonna work. Okay.
Hey Liz, with the traffic plan, is it also going to incorporate the two industrials and tree houses just to the north of there? Since they're pretty much the only thing that's accessing 41 independently right now. So with the extra traffic, is that going to be incorporated in or taken into account for that traffic plan and the impact to them?
It definitely can be something we can have them look at. Usually it involves the major intersections within the near vicinity. So they're looking at Lyman and Highway 41. They're looking at PV and 41. They're looking at the existing access. They may also be looking at Hazeltine Boulevard and Highway 41 as well to understand the overall impact on those.
Speaking from somebody that has a
Yeah.
car that's on autopilot to that building, and with now a teenager driving there, I have concerns about the traffic that's going to be coming from the north, coming south.
Sure.
So, because once that roundabout comes into play, there's no more stop signs, stoplight chunking up that traffic. So, making sure that that's taken into consideration.
Is the light, is that still in question, or is there going to be a light, or need a light?
There's got to be.
Okay,
Not a
just making sure.
I'll let him, yeah.
I thought I heard it, like, maybe it was a question, I wasn't sure. Okay.
PV's kind of a disaster right now.
Right,
It's just
totally.
one in and.
Yeah. Okay, I thought I heard like, oh, like a maybe, I want to say that doesn't sound good.
We've actually been working with the developer for quite some time, just making sure the mechanics behind what it is that's being proposed works.
Yeah.
Specifically regionally, because folks may know that Lyman Boulevard is being reconstructed this year. So just understanding what it is that the impacts are with what's being proposed, with the design that's being done with Lyman Boulevard will handle the capacity and things. We've done a cursory review and basically looked at it, worked closely with the project engineering team. We feel comfortable that what's being built on Lyman at this point
would satisfy the initial opening day traffic needs and things. There may be some long-term improvements, but this is much further along in terms of a traffic analysis than what you would typically see at a concept level.
Okay, that's what I figured.
Anything else for Liz?
I noted that they are talking about moving 100,000 cubic yards of dirt. They're just saying moving. They don't know if it's going off, they're leveling it and so forth, but that's, it was in there. And I can't even guess how many truckloads that is or so forth. But that's a significant amount. That's also on a windy day, an awful amount if it's from the northwest. It'll land right on 41. I have great concerns about that. I do know that when the conference center was built, that the berming next to 41 was more or less on purpose so they would have a secluded center. So I'm just wondering about all that dirt or sand or whatever else. Is it leaving or just being rearranged?
I'll have the developer respond to that,
Thank you.
since I'm not quite sure at this point.
Anything else for Liz? Otherwise, we'll invite the developer up. And
Thank you.
Thank you.
thank you, Liz.
Good evening. Still evening, so we're good.
Yes.
I'm Mike Brandt with Kimley Horn, representing the development team. We're happy to be here, and Liz did a great job, so I'm just here to fire away at questions. Or I can start with your dirt question. Yes, there's 100,000 yards of material roughly to be moved. We've looked at real quick. It's all really being moved around on site. The site is rather unique in about 80 feet of elevation difference across it. So we got to do some leveling of the site to make things work a little bit better.
I have concerns about the big box. We
Might
have,
be a big, it might be a big box, might be a bunch of small retail.
oh, I would love to hear that.
We just don't know what it is at this time. We're in discussions with several people, but this is one idea.
So
One
a
idea.
user has not been identified.
Because I
We're not at
heard on
liberty
the
to say.
gossip, I heard on the gossip, Costco.
I don't know.
And I'm not saying where that came from, but it was a halfway reliable source. But anyway, with big boxes right now, the city requirements for parking per square foot, I think is a little bit too high. Speaking of things like Target that ended up selling off some of their parking lot because they weren't filling it. Kohl's selling off some of they're being used by,
My living.
by, it's being used by the drive-in and by the dentist and so forth. So I'm glad it's not set for a big box right now, but that is a great concern of mine of over-generating parking that isn't going to be used because so many people are using their computers now and so forth.
I'd
Right.
like to, sorry. I'd like to elaborate on that, because well, one, I think we've all heard maybe rumors, and I would love the rumor I heard. You know, I'm a proponent of that rumor. But I want to agree, I want to agree with the parking could be too, you know, even though it's supposed to be a deficit, I mean, it real likely could be too much. But one thing I wanted to ask about is if this winds up being the way it is, and you got a big box retail,
Yeah.
some senior housing, multifamily, and the hotel center, I like the plan. I mean, I like how it all lays out. What I feel like it's missing are some outlots. I feel like it's missing some other quick service or a food. If you're gonna have all those senior housing and multifamily, it'd be awesome to have, I'm not gonna say like this specifically, like a Noodles or a Chipotle, we already have a Chipotle, but something where someone can walk down a Starbucks, a Caribou. There's
Not to say that
there's no
can't-
service, there's no amenity.
Not to say that cannot happen.
And so maybe if parking
Looking
is
at
too
the
much.
retail in this area, a big box would be great.
Yeah.
Because it's one user, it takes up a lot. And with the parking goes, you're seeing a trend in retail. We don't know what's gonna happen. We're gonna have driverless cars. I just came from a convention in Dallas on industrial. Dallas, down in Texas, are running autonomous trucks down the interstate. I mean, we're getting to that. We're seeing parking counts going down at retail. And that's why you're seeing outlots of Target, Kohl's, Home Depot popping up all over the place. So that's where the discussion will be with the plan. Yes, are we showing a deficit? Yeah. What's the right deficit to show? That's what we gotta work out with staff. I mean, right now, code is 5 per thousand, which was the standard 5 years ago, 10 years ago was a perfect standard for it. Now you're seeing more in the 4s. We're doing some Targets, some Walmarts with 3s, just depending on where they are. It really depends, and we gotta work with any client that comes in and look at their parking generation, their parking studies, and get that. What it does, by lowering it, I think what it opens up to is a lot more green space in there. Outlots are a possibility. I wouldn't discount that. There's even possibly some of that even in the senior living component or the multifamily component, that there could be some retail use or some quick service use in the basement of those on the lower levels, as you're seeing some of the mixed use. That's all stuff that'll be worked out through the preliminary and into the finals. But it's all good feedback of what we're seeing. Honestly, we looked at a retail pad here, and just some of the quick studies that some of the developers were doing were saying, yeah, if you can guarantee a certain user, it might work. If you can't guarantee that user, it's very tough to get that retail pad to work. So it's gonna kind of be user-driven and site-driven as things start filling up and develop. And that's kind of what we're here to look at and look for. I mean, it's all good feedback that we can take back and utilize as we move forward.
Yeah.
And take that into account. I kind of like the idea of, well, where's your patio area for
Yeah, I just
user
feel
and
like it's
different
missing,
things?
and I wouldn't, me personally, I wouldn't want to see retail on the bottom level of like, it just never works out in a non-urban setting. And so,
I don't disagree with you at that
and
point
so
either.
I would rather see, 6,000 feet of retail, a Caribou and a whatever, or, pick your retail
It could
name.
end up where the gas is. It doesn't necessarily mean that there's gonna be a gas station there, but.
Right, and if it is the big retail, there's only a couple of retailers that have a gas station. I mean, if it's one of those, I mean, that's a pretty big driving, commercial real estate, it's a pretty big driving force. Like, you might be able to maybe land an outlot, or maybe even the concept, the ability to have an outlot to possibly do in the future.
Yeah.
'Cause I think with all those seniors there and the multifamily, it would be nice to have something walkable for people to go down to.
I don't disagree.
Yep.
I'm disagreeing. That comes back to the traffic study that you're looking at.
Yeah.
The traffic study that you're looking at is generated for the AW. The AW is a much more broader planning concept, and we wanted to make sure we incorporated traffic for different uses of, well, what could the conference center be?
Yeah.
We've seen so much of this redevelopment happen. There's a particular site over on the east side of the metro that was a huge office building that, we gotta keep the office building, gotta keep the office building. Office building got tore down. It's not there anymore. So with the AW and this traffic study, we want to make sure that we're looking at other alternatives of the site. The goal right now is to keep that a hotel conference center, and hopefully this development stimulates the hotel some more and gets some visibility to it. Because I think it's kind of a hidden gem back there. I don't know how many, I know people in Chaska know about it, but I don't know if anybody outside Chaska really knows that much about it.
There's people in Chaska that don't know about it.
That's right.
And that's why housing and everything is set back to take care of those views. I like the idea of the parking on the first floor over there, because we could raise that multifamily up to get some better views, to make that more of a market rate.
So is Kingley acting as the master developer then?
What?
Are you acting as a master developer?
I am, yeah, I am
okay.
acting as the master developer.
Got it.
Okay.
And then, so for the 123 deficit, if you did the multifamily, is that including if you had underground parking, or is there underground parking on this?
There's some underground parking in there, there's one level in there, there's possibly the way the water table is out here that you could go to. You could go a first level and screen it because of the trees.
Yep.
The trees really screen the first floor over in that corner.
Right.
So I mean, there's some possibilities of doing that, or the building shrinks a little bit.
Yeah.
Right.
Because
Yeah.
that's a huge deficit, so I have more
I-
concern about the parking shortage there than the retail.
Yeah, because
Quite
there's
honestly, the multifamily over
200
there.
spaces altogether, I think, are short right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, the multifamily, the senior housing, the 25 deficit, I think that comes back into parking counts and what we're seeing. We got a lot of data on those uses across the metro. In our properties, as they will show you here in a bit, they built a lot of these across the metro. They know what they're doing with it. It's a very nice product. It's a well-established product in the metro. I'm just thrilled to be working on this because every time we do one of them, it's a nice product. So they know what they're doing with it. They have this dialed in, so I'm not so worried about the 25 stalls over there. 123, yeah. I'll blame it on myself for I'm just out there with a square pen going, gee, that fits. How many units do we get? Well, that unit count is kind of a hurry up and let's see what we get.
Yeah.
And it kind of works in the densities and different things that we're going for, but
We're
let's see
talking
what we can
market rate.
More market rate. We don't really have an end user there, so we really don't know.
Got it.
And as this plan evolves, it's really going to be a phased plan. We're going to put the spine road in, we're going to put the traffic improvements in. UP is going to start building and then get the site mass graded and set up for everything. But you're going to see the retail component come in as a separate application. So the architecture and all that will be dealt with then. That's really how I see this thing evolving. Same way with the multifamily building. That'll be on its own coming back as a final plan.
So on a phasing, would the senior be the first, you think?
Yeah, I really feel,
And then retail would be second?
yeah,
And then multifamily would be what, the last phase?
the last phase. Stormwater would be taken care of, the mass grading would be taken care of, the road improvements would be taken care of, the signalized intersection would be taken care of. The current intersection that is there is what we're proposing is a 3/4. So you would never be able to make a left turn out, which, if you've ever been at the conference center about 4:30 to 5 o'clock at night,
Yep.
forget trying to make a left turn out anyway.
I'm driving south. Right, okay.
You brought up stormwater. It
Yeah.
looks light. Is it all going to be stormwater ponds? Do you have underwater?
There will
or
be some underground.
Underground stuff? Chambers?
Especially if we do well, actually in the big box, there'll probably be a concrete vault. Something more of the larger retailers like to do is the concrete versus the plastic chambers, so your hands are kind of tied with what you do with them, but I've had success with them, so I'm not scared of using them at all.
Okay.
And sometimes you actually get better treatment out of them.
Yeah, okay.
We're trying to make the ponds, use the stormwater ponds as much as an amenity as possible and get them down in the right locations. Taking some of the lower area where there is a ravine up by the existing parking lot on the north end, using that. And then over in the south, go by the wetland to keep that wetland going down in the bottom of the basin. I mean, we want to utilize the trails. We want to preserve that bluff area and the trees fully. Getting access to the trails is going to be a little tricky, and I think we all can understand that, but it's going to be something that we're going to accomplish and do. Because it's such a great amenity that you don't want to waste it.
Well, I mean, I like it. The previous iterations with I'm an industrial broker, I'm an industrial guy, and I just didn't think,
So
and even me to say it, I don't think it's right for the site, big industrial buildings.
Well, and if you're an industrial guy, you know what the biggest industrial user in today's world is and what they're trying to do.
Yeah.
You want to see trip generation? We'll bring that one in.
And I get it, so I like this. I mean, I think
And that's what
we
I felt too.
I know certain things are identified, and it's, but I like the hopeful, I like what possibly could be here. I mean, I think it's a great addition, the senior, the multifamily, the existing, the big box retail, the unnamed person.
I was introduced to the site 2 years ago by a different developer that wanted to put industrial here, and that's where you saw some of the plans. And just looking at it going, you want industrial there, really? What are you gonna do with this? How are we gonna do this? I mean, 100,000 yards of moving, you're probably more like 200,000-300,000, you're trucking a lot of it.
Yeah, no, this looks good. I like the idea of it.
So do we have any other questions for?
Does UP have other locations where they've had all three
Why don't we
types of-
have UP come and give their little
Okay,
shindig?
yeah, love to hear about it.
It's all on you.
Yep.
Access to that.
Oh, yes.
Couple of slides. While Planner Hansen's setting that up, I'll introduce myself. My name is Dave Young with United Properties. I've got a few slides here to go over. Planner Hansen did such a great job. I'll breeze through some of these so they're not being too redundant. To start with, United Properties has been developing senior living communities since 2005. We have 3 distinct products. We have one is called The Point. It's an age-restricted 55-plus market rate apartment building. The second is the Applewood Point. It's the 62-plus for sale senior cooperative. So that's an ownership component to it. And then the third one is the Cherrywood Point. That's a senior rental with the services, the memory care service component to that. So all three, we've done all three all across the cities. We've not done all 3 in one campus setting, so we're excited about this opportunity. To answer your question, so here's kind of a graphic map of our current locations scattered around the Twin City market. You can see the 3 different products on there. We pretty much cover all 4 corners. Predominantly has been the Applewood Point. We've done 16 of those communities. We've done 5 of the Cherrywood Points, and we've done 2 of the Point, aptly named The Point. Here's just some context photos of some existing, let's see if I can get rid of that. See, hope that doesn't disappear. All right. That is just some existing photos of some of our recent activity on Applewood Point. Very nice finishes, great site amenities. Residents are able to customize the interior of their homes as they own them. For the Cherrywood Point, again, high-end finishes, great amenity spaces inside and outside of the building. There's a couple of the Point. Again, with this demographic, the seniors want activity. They want socialization, so we bring those amenities to them. Some of the common spaces that will be found throughout, really, a lot of these, of the 3, many are redundant within the 3, such as each of them have a club room, craft studio, conference rooms, so on and so on. There's many common spaces located within the buildings. Some of the benefits of senior housing, being able to serve the long-term residents of the city, giving them an option of housing as they progress through life. They typically move from single-family homes. They're just looking for a better quality option when they reach that stage of life. It promotes the turnover of housing stock within the community as well. When it does turn over that stock, it typically supports the school system, as those that are moving into that existing housing stock are generally a younger demographic. Would add to the tax base compared to the existing use of that land, and then generally with that density of population, it tends to stimulate the surrounding retail. To speak to the demand, I know it's kind of been talked about. There have been a couple of senior projects in front of you. It's really because the numbers don't lie. This is taken from the Minnesota State Demographic Center. What you're looking at here is Twin City population growth 70 and above from 2000 to 2045. Where we are at is the black line. So from 2000, you can see that very well. From 2000 to today, we've seen a 35% increase in growth of seniors 70 and above. From today to 2045, we're expecting a 285% growth in that senior population.
So we're really just on that cusp of really seeing an explosion in the demographic there. I know Planner Hanson talked a little bit about the site plan, speaking specifically for the senior community. We have many site amenities that we're planning for our community, community gardens, pickleball courts. We mentioned the trail connections, a pool, outdoor kitchen, fireplace, club room area, a Main Street restaurant.
What's that little thing down off the corner of Applewood Point? It's like a little yellow structure or something?
Down here?
Yeah, what's that
These
thing?
are like terraces because the grades fall. They're
Got
almost
it.
kind of like landscaped terraces,
Got it.
just trying to get access down to the lakefront. That's not a structure per se. More of an amenity to get down to the lake. But we are planning a Main Street restaurant, to your point. It's within the Cherrywood Point, of course, it's a congregate dining. There's a dining hall, a meal service plan, a commercial kitchen. We open up a little pub, bistro, coffee shop per se for our seniors to be able to kind of access from the outside,
Okay.
to be able to utilize. It's walkable. It's meant for mainly our population, not
It's in
necessarily.
one of the buildings?
Yeah, yep. It's
Perfect.
in the Cherrywood Point. It's that's the commercial kitchen and the dining room that basically serves that community.
Yeah.
But then you have a little pub bistro shop that kind of has a little coffee shop within it. Kind of like you find like in a little hotel or.
I felt like there was something missing
Yeah.
for people.
Yeah, no, absolutely, yeah, we're looking for those area amenities for all these seniors to benefit from.
Okay.
Just some conceptual design direction, I know we're looking at some, obviously want to tie into the existing Oak Ridge Conference Center and so on, just an idea.
I see that's 4 stories. Is
Yes.
that the usual?
Yes, yeah. All of these, all 3 of these buildings are proposed to be 4-story with underground parking.
Are all 3 going to be constructed at once? Or would you do one at a time?
No, we would do one at a time. They all have a little bit of different financing structure, so they'll all be phased a little bit differently. Such as the Applewood Point, because it's a for-sale product, we have to pre-sell them, so we have to feel good enough about the entitlement phases to be able to start going to market and start getting an interest in pre-sales. So that one typically lags a little bit behind. The other 2 are generally speculative, so we're able to move on those a little bit quicker.
You even speculate on the co-op one?
Oh, no, because we have to pre-sale.
Oh,
because-
that's the one, that's the
Yeah.
pre-sale one, gotcha.
Yeah. Because.
The other 2 are rental.
The other 2 are rental, yeah, so they're just strictly speculative.
Got it.
Yeah. We'll start taking some pre-leasing once we actually kind of break ground and get a building permit, we start pre-leasing.
Yeah.
So.
Beautiful.
Thanks.
Thank you.
And what was your name again?
Dave Young with United Properties.
Thank you, sir. Do you have any other presentations or comments? Just watching it.
Gonna be close, we're gonna get it all before tomorrow?
That's what we're wondering about.
Okay.
All right, well, if we don't have any other further comments, let's bring it back here and get your comments.
For a concept plan, I think it's great.
I do too.
Well thought out. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a nice addition to the community. It makes Chaska livable. It's just an additional, amenity to, like you say, the full life cycle of our community. So, thank you.
If anyone else, otherwise,
No comments.
I think we could take a motion.
I'll make a motion. Oh, boy, I always do this. I don't have the- Hold on. I got it here. I'll make a motion to approve. I don't know if I
Pull it up for you.
I might have it. Recommend approval. Make a motion to approve the, I do this too much. Motion to recommend city council approval of the Oak Ridge concept plan subject to the following conditions. 1 through 25.
I'll second that.
Grass and Urbanski. Any further discussion at this point, anyone? All right, hearing no discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign, motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Very exciting plan. All right, we'll move on to other business, where we're just going to receive in the minutes of the February 3rd City Council meeting and the February 3rd EDA meeting. That being done, we'll do a quick roundtable. Anybody got anything? We have less than 9 minutes to.
Well, by the way things are going in the world right now, are we gonna have a meeting next month? I mean, are we gonna be able to like get together in a group this large?
You might have to have a virtual meeting.
We might know the large retailer before that.
Oh, man. I don't have anything, I guess,
All
to.
right. Commissioner Wilson?
Yeah, I don't have
Wilson?
I was just going to invite people to come watch the band and choir, the Chaska High School Band and Choir do a performance on Sunday afternoon at 2:30, but
It's already over?
I don't know if it's going to happen because their trip to Spain is canceled. So take it for what it is.
Commissioner Riley?
No, nothing else. Thank you.
Senator?
Just like that. Thanks, staff. There's a lot of work that went into
Yeah,
this meeting in particular.
Absolutely.
I know I emailed a bunch of questions and got prompt responses, so thanks for helping out the process. It was a lot of work, a lot of materials, and, there's a lot of things happening, so.
I agree. I agree with that.
People want to be here. Let's try to get the best plans like we are and move forward.
What's next month gonna look like? Just as much as this? No, less, okay.
It'll be a nice light meeting.
Commissioner Cross?
Thank you.
Urbanski?
Nothing. Thank you.
Weird thing, I saw a pop-up on during the meeting, the NBA suspended the rest of the season.
Yeah. Complete travel brand to Europe.
So there's
Lots going on.
lots of things happening.
See what happens and
My sister-in-law works for the National Institute of Health, and she said this is going to get worse before it gets better.
Yeah.
So, all right, well, I don't have anything, so take a motion.
Motion to adjourn?
Yeah.
Second.
Supposed to close on a positive.
It's before midnight. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you.
That was a good day.